You know, it's weird. Hey, everybody. Welcome to a brand new episode of Cause I Wanna. It's Saturday night, November 2nd, 2024. Just 3 days before the next U.S. presidential election. But early voting has already started and people have been voting in droves. I'm Matt Dillahunty. Joining me tonight, Cause I Wanna, is Josie Caballero. How are you?
Hi, I am doing good. I just got finished doing 6 hours of phone banking, hosting and
Sweet.
support. I know. We already are like at 120,000 phone calls just for the out for Harris. Just the queers. Just the queers. We are able already to just today make 120,000. We're hoping to break 250,000 in the next 2 days. So we're doing it.
If you wind up getting a call on behalf of the Harris campaign, odds are the person you're talking to is queer.
Yeah.
Or at least it's a possibility. Awesome. Well, I hope everybody's doing really well. I'll be honest. I'm not doing crazy well. I am cautiously optimistic. And yet right now, as I noted, because Jimmy Snow has a podcast, and on his podcast, he specifically asked, where everybody was leaning. And I put down that despite the fact that I've never hoped I was more wrong, I've never hoped more that I was wrong in my life. Right now, I'm leaning towards Trump probably winning, although I think it's right now nearly a coin toss. And part of the problem is there's no good reason to trust the polls, but the polls, generally speaking, are still the most reliable data that we all have access to. There are specialized, data sets that other people might have, and the thing is, once you come to the conclusion that the polls aren't reliable, you can't say, oh, the polls aren't reliable, therefore Harris is going to win big. Because you could just as easily say the polls aren't reliable and Trump's going to win big. Once the polls are unreliable, unless you have some other data to point to, you're just stuck in the I don't know land. And then we're all waiting for election day.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be the nauseously optimistic person over here. Because all of the polls and everything is so utterly close, I think that all the swing states are gonna come down to a field margin. And if you compare the two campaigns, right? If let's say your prediction, Matt, that this is going to be the closest election in American history type situation, right? Where it's a coin toss, right? That means that it will come down to a field margin, meaning that if you were to compare Harris's campaign and Trump's campaign as far as getting out the vote, that means getting voters with voting plans, making sure that your voters are actually active and know where to vote and how to vote and do it right on time. We are going to see good results because we are already getting more news reports every day about how awful the Elon Musk Trump canvassing operation is. I mean, it is bonkers how bad it is. The data's bad. The app is glitchy. They are literally putting people in the back of unmarked U-Haul vans, not letting them know where they're canvassing or who they're canvassing. Let them out, say the hotel room is not going to be paid for unless you hit this ridiculous canvas number. Like they're literally black hooding people to make them go and canvass for Trump. So we could probably figure out that they are not doing very well. So if it does come down to a field margin, which is like their traditional campaign structure, then I think we're going to get good news. But again, nauseously optimistic.
You can be nauseously optimistic. I will be perhaps cautiously pessimistic rather than optimistic, since I'm on record as saying right now I'm leaning towards this being the more likely outcome. The good news is that I don't have any better data for the direction I'm leaning than anybody else does. And so if you go back and watch Jimmy Snow's podcast, for example, our friend Seth Andrews famously came out and said he thinks it's going to be 60-40 Kamala. And I'm like, in the entire history of presidential elections, very few have received 60% of the popular vote. Reagan got 58 or 59.8, which, okay, we'll just call it 60 for all practical purposes. But prior to that, it was like Nixon and FDR and maybe like Lincoln and a couple others. I'm not even completely sure.
I don't think Lincoln was, because Lincoln was running basically the first time the Republicans were running as third party. Because that was the year that I think the Whigs got beaten. If I'm 100% on that, I think that's it. But yeah, I haven't really been analyzing the popular vote very much because I know we're gonna win it. But my electoral college prediction, I did this map a long time ago. I need to post it on so I can have it. I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna scoff at me. I think it's gonna be 319. I think we're gonna win every swing state plus North Carolina, and I think we're gonna win Michigan by 8 points.
I'd like to point out that while I deeply love and respect Josie, she's nuts.
Scoff.
There ain't no way. 319? 319.
Yeah, I've been predicting this for about a month and a half. I didn't put it on Twitter because I didn't want people to not get motivated and continue to do it. But saying that, I have run 4 phone banks already over the last 2 days. So I'm making it so, okay? Like, I'm working at making it happen. But yes, I do believe that. It's the field margin. It's about the field margin in every state. Kamala has a much stronger field game across the entire swing states, all of them, every single one.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Okay.
So Jimmy posted his electoral map on Threads. By the way, I'm more active on Threads. If you follow me on Facebook and all that other stuff, you may look around for me on Threads. I'm starting to build up a little bit there. I'm not worried about it. I don't need followers.
I'll do it too, then.
But I'm not going to put my map up because my map's a freaking mess and isn't any better than 538s or anybody else's that you can go grab. But here's what I will say. I'm confident enough that it won't be 319, that if Kamala Harris gets 318 electoral votes or more, I will let Josie create a signature of her name, and I will get Josie's name tattooed on my ass if she gets 318, and it'd just be there forever. It'll be like, Josie schooled you. Got to put her name right on your butt.
And I'll give you my best signature as well. And I don't know how Arden would feel about that. But you know,
she's laughing.
She's laughing. She's like, do it. All right, it's on, Matt. I hope you know that I've been doing politics for quite a long time.
You have. So I hope you're right. I hope so strongly that you're right. That it'll absolutely be worth it. Now, remember, when we raised $60,000 for Recovering from Religion, I got a drawing that Seth Andrews did, tattooed nice and big on my calf, along with his signature. And so I already have, oh yeah, you will get a picture of my butt, but it only happens if she gets more than 318 votes. I should have set a super chat limit for that. I should have been like, oh shit, I'll get this tattoo if we do this much in super chats. But
all right,
I get it. Things are tight. Things are up in the air. By all means, go ahead and send in your super chats. We're going to be reading them later on tonight. We're going to take calls in the meantime there. But I got a few news items to go through. Yes, there will be a picture of my butt. However, you may not know that it's my butt.
Yeah.
It could be close enough that you're just seeing skin and a signature, because I'm not going to get, canceled over nudity.
Yeah. You know what would be really funny? Like, if Omaha doesn't flip and it's exactly 318, right? Yeah, it has to be more than 318, right? Okay.
Yeah, three. No, I said 318 or more. I gave you 1 point. That's how wrong I think you are. Is that I'll give you 1 point.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. We're in for some surprises. I'm just letting you know. When you see Allred turn, you're gonna be like, well, I guess I'm gonna get that tattoo.
Wait, do you think Allred's gonna win too?
I think it's gonna be I think that's more close. I wouldn't. If I have to make a decision, I would say that one's hard. I could put. I don't put my reputation on the line for it, but I will say that I think it's a very high possibility. I think a lot of Texans are tired of Ted Cruz.
Let me ask you this.
It's a very high possibility.
Here's my full argument. I love Colin, and I've got a yard sign out for him and for Harris.
Yeah.
I hope Colin Allred wins. I hope Ted Cruz loses.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
who are the voters that are going to show up and vote for Trump? Because, if Trump takes Texas, Cruz takes Texas. Because I don't know who's going to show up and vote for Trump and then also vote for Colin Allred.
That's a really good point. Honestly, and it's going to come down to the vote splitters. And I wish I did more analysis on North Carolina, right? Because because right now you can go to a MAGA rally in North Carolina and you can find a bunch of Trump supporters that will support Trump, but will not support Mark Robinson.
Yeah,
I think it's Mark. Yeah, Mark Robinson, right? I think that's his name.
Maybe they just don't vote for him.
They just
maybe they don't vote. They're
him,
not going to vote for Allred. They just won't vote for Cruz.
Right.
By the way, does your 319? Does your 319 have a blue Texas? Okay.
No, it doesn't. I was in. Florida is going to be real close, and everybody's going to get ghost scared. Like everybody's just they're going to be like super scared about Florida, and Florida might be purple. If Allred flips and gets Cruz, but Texas still goes red, I think Texas will be considered purple. Like if Texas is considered purple in the next, presidential cycle, that's gonna be very intense, right? Because that will essentially make the Electoral College useless, right? If we flip Texas, then the Electoral College is no longer important, which is like the dream, right? But it's just like I don't know. I'm a Texas girl. I talk to a lot of people in Texas. I don't live there like you do, but I do think that enough people are fed up with Ted Cruz. But you're there. Right. You're there on the ground. What are your thoughts? Do you think that Allred has a chance?
No, but to be fair, I didn't consider the likelihood that people would just not vote. They'd vote for Trump and not for Cruz, and that might be enough to sway it. Because my thinking is that the Trumpers, the MAGA group, they're so in lockstep that I find it hard to believe most of them aren't just going to, R out.
Well, is Trump endorsed? I mean, so it really doesn't matter because Mark Robinson's endorsed by Trump. And you're going to see Mark Robinson lose really, really badly,
sure,
because of all the statements, right? So if MAGA is willing to split in North Carolina, knowing how close it's going to be in North Carolina, right? But Ted Cruz has kind of like created that name for himself. I don't know. It's hard to say because the loyalty of a MAGA person is pretty out there. Like, they don't actually have that really strong loyalty. I just don't see it. Like Cruz doesn't go out and stump for Trump that much.
No. And it's going to be an interesting night. By the way, for those of you watching tonight, make sure you tune in on election night. Maybe you can watch 4 or 5 shows, but we will be here talking about stuff and everything else. I got a ton of little bitty news items related to the election that Josie and I need to get through, and then we'll start taking calls. We've already got a couple people queued up for calls. So, first of all, Arnold Schwarzenegger endorsed Kamala Harris, and he's the former, he's still a Republican, but he's a former governor of California. He's also kind of the traditional fiscal conservative who's not quite as awful on any number of social issues. So, but his the appeal that he made was that he was trying to save democracy. And then when you look at what's actually going to happen, I didn't know if you had anything to add on Arnold. I was going to move on to RFK.
Well, Arnold is another example of a Republican that is starting to care about governance over party. And, we're seeing a lot of that through Liz Cheney. I just see that this is a good sign to the future of our country and just the want for governance. So it doesn't surprise me. Arnold it was, he was my California governor for a while, at least while I was living there. Arnold didn't really understand politics too much. Like, if you listen to a lot of Arnold's motivational speeches, he talks about read books, and then he like throws in Milton Friedman in there, and I'm just like, ooh, why Milton Friedman? And I think that Arnold's one of those people who was surrounded by people who are Republican, and he just kind of bandwagoned with them. And when Arnold first got into power as governor, he didn't understand how California's state government worked. So when he came in as governor, he thought he was going to hire all the executive staff. But in California, it's a unique state where all of the state executives are all voted on, from like Secretary of State, District Attorney, not District Attorney, Attorney General, and even Lieutenant Governor. So there's a weak governor power in California. So I think that when he was the governor of California, he had to understand the importance of relationship and being able to politically work together with your colleagues, because it wasn't like the state of Texas where Governor Greg Abbott can just do whatever the hell he wants because he brings in his own cabinet. California, it's not like that. So I think that experience as California governor kind of helped him understand the importance of somebody who's a good leader that learns about relationships. So I don't know, maybe I'm looking into it too much, but I think that Arnold actually is a good person, just led astray in the wrong political party.
Or, there are plenty of people, I used to be a Rush Limbaugh ditto head back when I was in the military. And yet I always had left leanings on a number of different issues, and I kind of found my way out of them. So most of them I found out my way out of before I ever really fully became like a proper atheist and changed my views on stuff. What I find interesting here is that I don't know how much Arnold's going to change anything, because even as a former Republican governor, he was the governor of California. He's a Republican in one of the true bluest states we've got. But it is a massive state with a massive economy. And it's, you can think what you want about, it's another movie star doing stuff. There were things that he did in California that I think probably I was A-okay with. And there are other things where I'm like, ugh. But so the weird one for me is still RFK Jr. And RFK Jr. was running as an independent, and then he traded in his dead and useless campaign for a promise from Trump to take over our health. Now, he said that Trump promised him control of the public health agencies. And so I'm going to read what RFK Jr. said, and I also have a quote from Trump as well. RFK Jr. says, and I'm not going to put on any voices for anybody, him or Trump. The key, which President Trump has promised me, is control of the public health agencies, which is HHS and its sub-agencies, CDC, FDA, NIH, and others, and a few others. And also the USDA, which is, key to making America healthy, because we've got to get off of seed oils and we've got to get off of pesticides, and we need to make that transition to regenerative agriculture. This is an anti-vaccine activist who founded the Children's Health Defense anti-vaccine nonprofit, that are against a variety of vaccinations and water fluoridation and all kinds of stuff. And to have this unqualified pseudoscience conspiracy theorist buffoon in charge of public health is terrifying to me. But the thing is, that's just what he says Trump promised. However, Trump said, I don't know if I'm going to have him working too much on the environment. I'm a little concerned about that with Bobby. I don't know if I want him playing around with our liquid gold under our feet, which tells you a lot about how Trump looks at this stuff anyway. It is what's the bottom line is the dollar. How much money can we make off the oil? Not what is right to do with the oil. But he continued by saying, like I said, Bobby will work on health. He's great. Trump first floated the idea of Kennedy leading his administration's health efforts during the Al Smith dinner earlier this month. And he said Kennedy will, quote, make us a healthier place. we're going to let him go wild for a little while. Then I'm going to have to maybe rein him back because he's got some pretty wild ideas, but most of them are really good. So Trump knows that RFK Jr. is nuts.
Yeah.
And he's going to put him in charge of public health with the promise that if he tries to do too much, we'll rein him in. And don't worry, I know he's nuts on the environment, so we're not going to let him anywhere near that. When the environment stuff might be the closest to agreement I personally have with RFK Jr. Definitely don't have agree with him on health stuff.
Coastal stuff, yeah. But you know, honestly, what I think is, you know, some of the pundits were saying this, and I've been hearing about it as well, is that they may just make him a health czar, right? Like kind of like not an actual cabinet secretary, but kind of like overseeing all of the health stuff and the secretary stuff. So I don't even think Trump wants to give them a cabinet position. Also, I think that a lot of the Republicans even are anti-RFK, so the confirmation process would be very difficult for RFK as well. So there's a possibility that what Trump is talking about is just a health czar, health advisor type position, which is good. And also, it also speaks to Trump's personality as well. He doesn't want RFK in any closeness to power because he doesn't like to be upstaged by anyone. So if RFK starts making too much noise and does too much stirring things up, he's going to get rid of him because it's like, no, you can't steal my shine. I get to do everything. You do things, and that means that takes away from the work that I do. So it just shows that Trump's malignant narcissism's coming through with that comment of, we're going to have to rein him in a little bit, because that means if he does too much, I have to make sure he knows who's boss type of situation.
Yeah. And so, you know, the next key point here has nothing to do with RFK Jr. That's just one of the many things that I find incredibly dangerous about what Trump's doing. Trump's going to put Elon in charge of stuff. And people are like, ooh, Elon's so awesome. Elon's an idiot with a lot of money who basically used other people's ideas and moved to the United States in order to basically become the richest man on the planet. Just has obscene amounts of money, and his wealth is inversely proportional to his association with reality. And I mean that with regard to science and all kinds of other things. He's part of the reason there's so much anti-trans stuff going on because of one of his kids.
Yeah.
And somebody needs to let Elon know that all the surgeries he's had are actually gender affirming surgeries, because his goal was to look more manly, more stereotypically attractive as a man. So the jaw surgery and the hair transplants and all that stuff to make him not look like a, basement dwelling goof and make him more manly. Those are all gender affirming care that some people would have outlawed.
Yep. It is, absolutely. And the thing about Elon and the MAGA people is that the MAGA people cried so much about George Soros and his money, he's a billionaire and he's getting involved in politics, but yet, like, Elon Musk is the richest person physically involved with the campaign, like running field operations, dumping millions of dollars, even giving people random millions of dollars illegally. But that's complete crickets. It's like, come on. It's like, oh, they will yell George Soros right next to Elon Musk being right there. Drives me bonkers.
Yeah. But that takes us to our next person.
No, before we get to the next person,
go ahead.
One of the funny things that just happened on a phone bank just now, last hour, or before I came on, a voter, the Trump voter, said that he's going to go in a garbage bag and go vote on Tuesday. Like, it's just bonkers how these MAGA people think. Anyways, I was thinking of Elon Musk, and then I was thinking of garbage, so therefore I thought about that anecdote. Go on.
Yeah, that's good. Last little bits here. Jill Stein is still running for office, and Jill Stein is someone who, when third-party voters call in, they're often suggesting, "Oh, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein. I'm going to vote for Green Party. I've been Green Party for a long time." Okay, in that case, I would recommend that you listen to the European Green Party, because representatives from Italy, Ireland, Spain, and 13 other countries, the Green parties in 16 countries, have asked Jill Stein to end her candidacy and endorse Kamala Harris for the sake of democracy. These people are looking at this and saying, this is too much to risk. This is too much to risk. And yet, the Jill Stein supporters and Jill Stein don't seem to be listening to the rest of the people who associate with the Green Party. They are either so bitterly disenfranchised by the Dems, or who they see as the failed left or the neo-left. I got a hate mail today that was really glorious. I would read it, but that would give that person way more attention than they actually deserve, since all they did was write in to call me stupid, while advocating for throwing their vote away on Jill Stein. But you had news about Jill Stein's, or the Green Party's VP candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. He was in an interview. He agreed with a 16-week abortion ban. And he also went into nonsense about men and women's sports. So it was incredibly transphobic. And he's also against reproductive justice as well. So that's the Green Party for you right there.
It's absolutely wild. But it's all right. There are people who are going to have different views. And one of those things is, I mean, we've taken calls from Trumpers, we've taken calls from no voters, we've taken calls from third-party voters, but a lot of people have already voted. And, I took calls from Bernie supporters. By the way, I've been a Bernie supporter and an Elizabeth Warren supporter. And Bernie's an independent. But when he runs for president, he runs as a Democrat because Bernie's smarter than his supporters. Bernie also endorsed Kamala Harris because he's smarter than his supporters. Bernie understands the system, and he understands what it's at risk. He has more expertise than any of his supporters who are willing to throw their vote away. Why is it that you love the guy, but you won't listen to him when he's asking you to act in the defense of democracy? He just released a video, which I shared this week, or maybe it was early last week, where he was talking about, hey, I disagree with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Yeah. And I understand that you guys do too. And I care about the Palestinian people. He goes through all of it. He's like, how can you, people are asking him, how can you vote? Here's how and why. At this point, any of you still supporting third-party candidates are ignoring the threat to democracy. You don't believe that it's real, because you're not taking the action that would shut down the fascist threat to democracy. And you're also ignoring what the best experts from the various third parties have already recognized. It is time to take steps to end the fascist encroachment in the United States, because we are teetering on the verge of losing it all. Now, tonight, I'd love to hear from, we will still take calls from Trumpers and no voters and third party and all that stuff. And I am going to do my best to let Josie, who has way more experience and expertise than I do, I'm just an idiot trying to make the best understanding of this that I can, handle a good chunk of it. But she's also been on the phone bank for a while, and I don't want to make you do all the work. But I'd like to see calls. I'd like to hear from someone who hasn't voted, and for them to say, here's what would make me vote Harris. Not, I'm tired of the system, I'm tired of this. And we'll take those calls too. But I genuinely want to hear somebody. I don't understand how anybody can truly be undecided. But if you haven't voted yet, I'd love to know what could happen, and what perhaps Josie and I might be able to present that would get you to actually vote for Harris. And if you say it's nothing, well, okay, don't call in if you're just going to say nothing could get me to vote for Harris, because congratulations, somebody will build you a statue someday. But in the meantime, we'd like to have conversations that maybe move the needle for somebody somewhere. So are you ready to get to calls?
Let's do it. I'm excited.
Well, we'll see how this goes because right off the bat, calling in from California is Hannah, pronouns to she, her, on why we should support Trump because of Nick Land's theory. Is it actually a theory that we're talking about, or is it like a hypothesis or a conjecture?
Well, it's sort of a philosophical theory, or hypothesis is also an appropriate term.
Okay, so it's a hypothesis and not a theory then. I will be the first to admit I barely know Nick Land's name. Definitely don't know a lot about his positions. Just know kind of what I've been told. So as succinctly as reasonably possible, what is Nick Land's hypothesis and why should I care about it?
So Nick Land is a British continental philosopher who's associated with accelerationism, and basically he takes
That's what I
Gilles
thought.
Deleuze and Felix Guattari's schizoanalysis of capitalism and says that using Deleuzian/Guattarian theory, we should actually support capitalism because it allows desire and production of creativity, and capitalism will accelerate technological and social progress. And because Trump's generally speaking a more pro-free market candidate, by supporting him, will support the acceleration of technological and social progress in the Landian landscape.
Got it.
What does Land's idea do about climate change, about the economy, about LGBTQ rights? What does Land's hypothesis, how does Trump taking over fix any of those issues?
Well, Land would argue that someone who's more pro-capitalist like Trump will accelerate technological progress by deregulation.
No. Hannah, I don't need you to repeat this thing about technological progress. I'm saying that I'm opposed to Trump, not the least of which because he's opposed to and threatening the democracy in the United States, but also because I have positions on abortion and climate change and queer rights that Trump is the exact opposite of. What would Land have to say about those issues? Are they just non-issues?
Well, I'm not an expert on Land's philosophy. I'm understanding he's more conservative and is not particularly fond of the LGBT plus movement or of some of the other issues you were talking about.
Okay, so instead of calling, you called in to say why we should support Trump, but I don't know Land. I don't give a shit about Land's hypothesis. And it sounds like Land and I don't agree on any number of issues. So therefore, you might as well be calling in to say, here's why you should, you should support Trump because J.D. Vance said so. I don't agree with J.D. Vance either. So it doesn't seem that you've given, I don't know, Josie, what's the reason to vote for Trump out of this?
Yeah. So Hannah, I have a question for you because I think I need a little clarity. Are you a person that generally leans more left or right as a person? Just so I know why you're making this argument. You lean more right, right? Okay, you do?
I disagree with people like I disagree with leftists like Walter Benjamin, et cetera, who argue that capitalism is anti-enlightenment, or that we should go back to pre-capitalist, pre-technological societies.
Okay, so Hannah, so if I'm getting this correct, you base your worldview on capitalism and its evolution. Is that what I'm getting? Because you said you disagree with another capitalist philosopher on the left. Is that right?
No, I disagree with a Marxist philosopher. Walter Benjamin was a Marxist.
So now we're having two contradictory situations, right? Because if you think about it, if you go with accelerationist capitalist point of view, and apparently to Nick Land's idea, is that, are you trying to say that capitalism would eventually collapse on itself if we let it go freely? Is that what you're saying?
No, I would argue that capitalism accelerates.
She's saying she's pro-capitalism.
Wouldn't collapse.
Okay, so
Hannah, let me see if I get this right, because there seems to be miscommunication. Hannah's pro-capitalism and thinks that accelerated capitalistic growth leads to technological advances, and this is part of what, transhumanism and remaking the world?
Yes, those are part of it.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, the issue here is like, and you said Trump specifically. What in Trump's rhetoric has even hinted that he wants to be a transhumanist in his goal here? Because your statement is that vote for Trump because of this hypothesis. But I know Trump's rhetoric pretty well. I probably listen to Trump's rhetoric more than a MAGA person does. So where is his rhetoric that leads to this hypothesis? What has he said,
Well, I
and
don't
what
think
has he
Trump himself
wanted to
would
do?
support transhumanism directly. Trump would accelerate capitalism through his right-wing economic policies, and that by accelerating capitalism through his right-wing economic policies, it will accelerate closer to the
So
technology, which will eventually develop into transhumanism. It's a long way down the
okay,
road, but it'll happen eventually.
all right, Hannah, hold on, because now you're making a wild assumption. The Trump economic policy is tariffs and cutting taxes for the wealthy. What else does Trump want to do as far as economically?
Well, I think Trump's cutting taxes for the wealthy will accelerate capitalism, like Lan talks about, and will lead to economic growth. I disagree with his support of tariffs, but if they, but as a relatively marginal issue compared to, say, Harris, who will increase taxes and increase regulation, and Trump will also decrease regulation, and will probably also
Wait,
decrease
Hannah,
fiscal
you
spending.
said you contradicted yourself. How
Yeah, and I also need you to
does
do like one
Harris?
thing and not dump a laundry list of
Yeah,
stuff in here because we're
right,
trying to
right,
follow and we're trying to, uh, you know, make sure this conversation gets something good out of
right,
it. But
exactly. So how you said you disagree with tariffs because tariffs raise taxes, but yet you said Harris raises taxes. Wait, I don't get what you're
Well,
trying to say.
Harris will cut. Might be better on trade, but she'll overall raise corporate taxes and income taxes on the wealthy.
yes,
So
Yeah,
she's
and
overall worse on
yeah,
taxes.
no, she's
And I
better
disagree
on
with that because,
taxes
again,
because the
as Nick
average
Land,
person,
do you think trickle
the
down
average
economics
person,
works?
yeah. So where have we
Austrian
accelerated since the
economics, I'm a
80s?
subscriber to Austrian economics. People like
Okay,
Ludwig von Mises.
I swear, Hannah, when I ask you a
Yeah.
question, I need you to answer that question and not something else.
Okay, so what's your question?
Are you a proponent of trickle down economics? Yes or no?
Um, I suppose, yes. If by trickle-down economics you
Okay,
mean right-wing
cool.
economic policy,
Are
then yes.
you, it's a yes or no. You didn't have to say
Yeah.
anything other than yes. Now, the next question is, are you in favor of LGBTQIA rights?
Nope, not at all.
Okay. Then
Okay.
if you're not and we are, then clearly we're probably not going to agree on who we should vote for, right?
I suppose.
Okay. All right. But the Hannah,
Did you
I
used
have a
to call
question.
this show under another name? I'm sorry, Josie.
Go for it.
Oh yeah, this is Jackie.
Okay.
Oh, and the dead silence is so revealing. You're not fooling anyone, you 17-year-old idiot. You're not
Why
even a
can't you just be
voter.
truthful?
Yeah. Why do you care? Why do you have to be?
I'm
Why
being
do you have
truthful
to
about my
be?
beliefs.
I'm sorry? What'd you say?
I am being truthful about my beliefs.
Okay.
You're not being truthful about your name, are you? You're not being truthful about whether or not you're voter eligible, right?
I'm being plenty truthful.
Okay.
No, you're not.
What's your name? What's your name?
I don't know. What is it? What do I put
I don't
in?
know. Have you called in previously as Jackie? Yes or no?
Nope.
Fucking liar.
I think you're a liar, but we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Because I've got your web address. So while I don't have your phone number to compare with Jackie's phone number, I do have that. And I want to let Josie honestly and accurately address your concerns.
Okay. What? Like you do realize that the person who came out with trickle economics said that it doesn't work, right?
I don't know who you're talking about or what event you're talking about. I'm talking about Nick Land's hyper-capitalist accelerationism and Austrian economics.
But nothing that Trump has ever said says that this is the way he wants to move. Are you saying that Trump just bumbled his way into Nick Land's acceleration theory, so therefore you support that type of policy? Because it's a very silly thing. It, like, you criticize Marxism, right? You criticize the quote unquote Marxists, right, or the communists and things like that. But you are no different if you are saying I am this theorist, so therefore I'm voting in that way. Right, because it's no different than somebody saying I'm going to vote in some philosophical possibility that can't be proven in any way, and I'm deciding my vote in that direction. Because isn't that essentially what you're doing? You are taking what Trump is saying
in the past and who Nick Land supports in 2024. You can look that up.
I don't give a shit who Nick Land has ever supported. Nick Land is irrelevant. Unlike you, Hannah, I don't give a shit who said something. I care what they said. So you can call in and talk about how you're a Nick Land simp, and I don't even know who Nick Land is, nor do I give a fuck. I only care about if Nick Land has an idea that's good. No, let me finish fucking talking, shithead. If Nick Land said something, I'd like to know what it is and why I should care about it, because you calling in to suggest that we should vote for Trump if we agree with Nick Land and we don't, means that there's no reason for us to support Trump. So if Trump is the one that is further from the positions that I'm convinced of on economics and climate change and LGBTQIA rights and abortion and all of those things, like, I'm going to assume you're also opposed to abortion, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So why are you, who disagrees with us on everything, suggesting, or I'm being hyperbolic there when I say everything. I'm sure there's something we agree on, like that your name's not Hannah and that you have in fact called the show before. But why are you calling in to tell us that we should vote for Trump on behalf of Nick Land's model when you and us don't agree on anything, us and Trump don't agree on anything, and evidently we don't agree with Nick Land either? You might as well be calling in to tell me that your Uncle George thinks Trump is awesome, and that should be the reason we vote for it, because that's how stupid this entire conversation is.
Well, even some leftists like Nick Land, because of his influence by the losing guitar.
I don't.
But
okay, Hannah, how stupid are you? When I just told you I don't give a shit what who. Why would you tell me that even some leftists? Why would you tell me that even some leftists like Nick Land when I don't give a shit who likes Nick Land? It's not relevant. It is literally a fallacy for you to cite other people who like Nick Land. That doesn't change what Nick Land holds. It doesn't change what my view. Try and interrupt me one more fucking time. I double dog dare you. It doesn't change and shouldn't change what anybody's view of Nick Land is. This is your mentality, is a top-down thing where you have found some philosopher that speaks to you because you don't have a mind of your own. And so instead of actually addressing these things, you're like, yeah, but some people on the left like him. I don't give a shit. I don't care about the popularity of an idea. I care about whether or not it's true and good. You need to be thinking along those terms if you're going to try to convince either of us that we should support a candidate who is a liar, who tried to steal an election, who's convicted of 34 felonies, who's liable for sexual assault, who has done countless things, including saying he wants to be a dictator on day one. Congratulations for interrupting me again. What do you think's going to happen to you now? I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to stop talking to you, and Josie's going to be the one that decides how long this conversation goes. Josie, it's
not going to. Hannah. Yeah. Okay, Hannah, I just want to say this really quickly, right? And you seem from what I hear, the history is you're still learning about the world because you're a younger person. And what I sense in this call is a little bit of Dunning-Kruger, right? When I learned about philosophy, when I started learning and studying philosophy, I was like, oh, Immanuel Kant, it's the, you know, with the categorical imperative. And then when I learned about John Stuart Mill, I was like, oh, liberty and how truth can be regulated and how that leads to different situations. Then I was like, oh my gosh, there is Bentham, and then there is like all of these other humans, Hegel, all of these different philosophical point of views. And then you start realizing, wow, there's a lot of different philosophical thought out there. There's a lot of different points of view that exist. In fact,
Well, then what continental
philosophers.
philosophers do you recommend?
Stop interrupting my co-host.
So Hannah, let me say this, okay? I recommend taking a modern political thought class, okay? Because in modern political thought was a class that I took. It was for my major when I got my degree, and I learned an entire rubric. I read probably, I think, about 15 different philosophy books, right? From the very conservative Edmund Burke, who believed in imperialism and capital and believed that the French Revolution was a complete disaster, but liked the American Revolution for his own reasons, to the most liberal of Marxist thought from Karl Marx. And I read everything between. I even read a lot of Hegel, which believes in American spirit. I mean, not American spirit, but human spirit, and the realization of humanity and how history is told through the eyes of the winners and victors of the world. So, for example, the great man theory, for example. There are so many ways that you can take a look at the world through philosophy. And one of the best things that you can do is be a student of philosophy before you start to pose philosophy as a point of view, right? Because when you start saying, and this is what's happened during this call, I'm doing a meta-analysis of what, or not meta-analysis, but kind of going meta here with this conversation, is the idea that you came in with one philosophy because you've taken the time to study this point of view, and then you try to parrot it to us, while Matt and I have had massive amount of understanding and knowledge and reading philosophy from all over the world. And so that way, when we hear philosophy, it's not this profound, oh my gosh, this is the best thing I've ever heard. It's just another brick in the wall of a knowledge, of understanding of how people understand philosophy. I actually studied a lot of the philosophers that the founding fathers studied, right? I've said a few like Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill, Immanuel Kant, and they read those theories, right? And understood what a lot of that was, so they could understand how to govern and create the founding documents of the Constitution. And it helps me understand what the founding fathers were looking at when they talked about liberty, for example, and what that actually meant, which was freedom of speech and allowing people to say what they need to say, regardless if it's true or not, which is a very interesting point of view of how that looks, right? And so for me, what I say, Hannah, and I think that this will help you a lot, is the more philosophy that you learn, and keeping an open mind to the different points of view of things, rather than being Mark's bad, Nick good in this situation, look at the whole pantheon of philosophy. And I think that you will be better informed and understand where we are coming from. Because it gets aggravating for us when somebody's like, but a philosopher said, and it was probably aggravating to you if somebody was like, but Karl Marx said, right? It's just as aggravating, right? So that's why I think that would have been a better way to go, because I can punch holes through Nick just by some of the things that you said, because you haven't understood the philosophical backbone of all the different ways that you can bring in a political thought, a modern political thought. So I just talked at you for a while. Love your reaction, and then we can move from there.
Okay, I understand. I'll try and look into more diverse. I do look into diverse continental philosophical views, and I try to keep an open mind to the various theories. But I'll keep in mind that I shouldn't call in with
And Hannah, I just want to add this too, right? I used to be a conservative. I was born and raised in Texas. I joined the military because of patriotism. And I went and I got an education. I started as a business major and started reading economic philosophy first. And when I started understanding the world around me a little better, that's when I got very curious about politics. And that's why I changed my major to political science so I can better understand my point of view. And after I did a lot of studying on my own, that I was able to better land where my heart leads me rather than the people around me saying, this is a good idea, follow it. Because you'll understand, like for trickle down economics, like I said, the person who came up with that theory said, I don't believe in it anymore. I was wrong. And it put our country in a very precarious situation now that we are 3 years later. So that's why I think it's incredibly important for you to be able to come in and have that diverse thought, because I think you'll have better intellectual conversations that don't always feel like you're hitting a brick wall. And Matt is a thick brick wall. Matt is probably one of the thickest brick walls that you'll ever meet. And he won't take any shit, which he shouldn't. Right. And I'm just trying to tell you, as somebody who used to be in your position, Hannah, that used to be one of those people who would be yelling at people like Matt, and Matt sharing me a new one because I didn't know shit. And then once I started to understand and learn and know that I didn't know shit is when I really started to learn real stuff. And now I sit where I sit next to Matt, and we're not hitting each other anymore, even though I'm talking about different Matt, not this Matt.
It's all good. It's just weird that when people think, they've called in so many times. And while I'm not always the best at recognizing voices the way I used to be, everybody in chat knew, Jimmy knew, Arden knew, everybody got it right off the bat. And then she still sat here and lied.
Yeah.
Because evidently it's more important for her to get in on the show and say something, despite the fact that, if you're going to call in and say, hey, you should vote for Trump if you're a fascist. I agree. You should vote for Trump if you're a eugenicist. I agree. That's at least part of it. You should vote for Trump if you're this. But we're not those things. So the whole notion here, Hannah, is you called in to tell us about Nick Land, who you're impressed with. Don't know Nick Land, definitely not impressed with Nick Land, but the brief looking around, there are plenty of people who are pointing out that Nick Land is an accelerationist and a eugenicist of some sort and all kinds of various things. And I don't know because I haven't read. But I would think that if Nick's ideas were of value, then it doesn't matter whether they're Nick's ideas or not. Somebody would have talked about these ideas in a way where we would all be familiar with it. But the problem is that every time we get an idea that is Nick's, evidently, Hannah's in favor of trickle-down economics, and Hannah's not in favor of trans rights, and Hannah's not in favor, of this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, okay, cool. You just made a list of all the ways you're different from us. I don't know why anybody would think that should be convincing for us to agree with their vote.
Yeah.
Hannah,
I
are
think
you
we just
planning
have
on going to? Are you planning to go to college, to get an education?
Yeah,
You don't have to, but I'm just
Well, I plan on
asking.
going to community college first.
That's where I went first. It's a good start. And I will tell you, I was insufferable in college. I used to argue with my professors, and then when I look back at it, I cringe because I was such a naive piece of crap. Because I used to think that, oh, I know what I'm talking about. I have all these conservative ideas and all of these things. And when you actually take education seriously, and I joined speech and debate, and I learned how to have arguments and be convincing, I think that, a few years from now, you'll look back and be like, wow, I really could have been more persuasive if I just had patience.
And I'll actually be
I
even
say this,
kinder.
yeah.
I'll actually be even
Okay.
kinder. While Josie may be correct I try and avoid the, oh, you're young, oh, it's just a phase, oh, once you know more, you'll find out more and everything else. It may be true, and quite frankly, despite the fact that it irritated me to find out and probably irritated Josie to find out, it's quite often true. You're going to change over the period of your life, and hopefully everybody does, because you should learn more. But one of the ways that you don't learn more is by doing what Hannah's doing, which is engaging in deception in order to throw out partially formed ideas in a way that couldn't possibly work. Because calling in to say, hey, you should support Trump because that's in agreement with Nick Land's hypothesis, except that it's also in accordance with the Heritage Foundation's goals, the Project 2025 goals, all of these things that I'm actively opposed to. And so the whole question is, okay, what's Nick Land's hypothesis got in it that I should want? And I don't see the things that I should want. And so rather than calling in and say, here's why you should support Trump, you could say, here's why I'm supporting Trump. Because Nick Land has convinced me that capitalism is so good and so important that it will lead to a transhumanist revolution. And then I could say, you know what? I'm not quite as interested in a transhumanist revolution. But to the extent that I wouldn't mind some sort of transhumanistic things, I'm not willing to sacrifice climate change, queer rights, the economy, abortion, and all of these other things.
Yeah.
It is an incredibly privileged position to basically say, hey, let's burn it down, or let's elect the fascist who wants to be a dictator on day one. Let's do all of these things so that we can boost capitalism, give tax breaks to the rich, because that's never worked. And then
It has
say,
worked.
you know what, you're basically saying, here's
Never
my
has,
issue.
Hannah.
I want some kind of future transhumanist thing based on capitalism, and I don't care. Or in the case of Hannah, to be fair, she's opposed to abortion, she's opposed to queer rights, you know. So yeah, it's not going to get anywhere. You might as well be calling in to say, I love Trump, and that's the only reason I'm voting.
Just one final thing before I lock off. I find that
Hang on.
ironic you call
Hang on.
Trump a fascist when you're openly supporting.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
I want to make a prediction. All right, what's the last thing? Go ahead.
Last thing, and then we got to move on.
I
Go
find
ahead.
it ironic you call Trump a fascist while you're supporting an openly pro-Hamas candidate.
I'm not supporting an openly pro-Hamas candidate, you little liar. Of the two of them,
that's
I banned Jackie.
Of the two candidates, goodbye, Hannah, Jackie, whatever your name is. Of the two candidates, Trump is on record as saying that he wants Bibi Netanyahu to end this in the sense of finish the job and take them all out. Harris, while I have problems with her, you should go listen to what Bernie Sanders and others say. But Harris has also acknowledged, by the way, just the other day, or seemed to acknowledge someone's claim that it's a genocide. And here's the thing, for everybody out there who has concerns about Gaza and Palestinians, a third-party vote doesn't help them at all. I haven't polled Palestinians to find out what they would prefer, but we already know that the dictators around the world and the ones in opposition to freedom would prefer Trump. And so what are they going to do? They know they're not going to convince me or most of you to vote for Trump. So they're going to do the next best thing, which is convince us to throw our vote away. Because if we decide that we're going to stand on principle that the left is just as bad as the right, even though it's not true, and that they have the same position on Gaza, even though it's demonstrably not true, but because they are in fact imperfect, and I will say awful in some regards on some issues, that we should stand on principle and throw our vote away to let the more awful person come in. And some of us are not dumb enough to actually do that. And some of us are so pissed off that people are trying to get them to do it that I will do multiple shows every week trying to get people to recognize that no, if you are voting the way Trump wants, congratulations, you're in favor of Trump. And right now, Trump wants you to not vote for Kamala. Trump will take a vote from you to any other candidate. He'd rather you write in Mickey Mouse than vote for Kamala. And if that's what Trump wants, and you don't want Trump, then you are being silly, if not asinine and dangerously ridiculous, to do what Trump wants you to do. It goes back to, for example, Nazi punching. Remember when Richard Spencer was doing an interview and somebody walked up and punched him in the face? And then a bunch of people on the left, including some of my friends, were like, yes, let's all go punch Nazis. And I sat here and said, please fucking stop saying that. That's not humanism. That's not freedom. The notion that you should be able to run around and punch someone for speech is an abomination on what proper free speech is. And plus, if that doesn't convince you, the best thing that Richard Spencer could have done before he started that interview is pay someone to come up and punch him while he's on TV answering a question. So when they ask him why he's a racist, and that's the exact right time for somebody to come up and punch him so that he can say, because people like that are subhuman, or people like that can't hold their temperatures. If the smartest thing he could have done was to pay someone to punch him, why the fuck are you going to do it for free?
Yep.
All right.
It's true.
Here we go. We got Michael's calling from New York, pronouns are him, has reservations about who he's going to vote for, and is torn between Kamala and third party. So, Michael, what would it take for you to vote Kamala?
Well, to be completely honest with you, I did hear her acknowledge that what's happening in Gaza could potentially be a genocide. Which, I mean, that's what it is, but I heard her say that's what it could be. Not her words specifically.
Her words were, what he said is real.
Huh?
I think her words were something like, the guy said, what are you doing about the genocide in Gaza? And people tried to shut him down. And Kamala said, no. What he said is real. Or something along those lines, which seemed to be
okay. Yeah.
To actually affirming that this legally qualifies as a genocide.
Yeah.
Well, what would it take to get you vote for?
I'd really like to see an arms embargo. You know, we've given quite a bit of money, taxpayer dollars, to Israel.
Sure.
Just because they're our ally, you know. So I'd like to I'd like to see them, you know, not do so much of that.
Got it, Michael. What is your voting history before this election? If you don't me asking, did you vote for
This is my first
Biden?
time voting.
Oh, this is your first time voting. Okay, great. Well, thank you for I will say this because it's not said enough about taking your first vote and actually analyzing it deeply and how you're actually wanting to cast that first vote. I'll tell you right now, my first vote was for Bush because I was in Texas and I thought that was the right thing to do. Okay, so I just threw that one into the wind. And so being a little bit more discerning than I was at your age, I will say thank you for that. So when you are talking about this, right, I think about it in these terms. Would it take her to say it between now and Tuesday for you to vote for her? Or is that the only thing? Or go ahead.
I do keep up with politics quite a bit, I want to say. So it would take like something like her saying it, or maybe like just a, like, you know, if she actually did take action, which I know she can't really do since she's the vice president right now, but
right,
you know, if she said she was going to take action,
can we at least agree to stick to things that she could do?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Okay. There's plenty of things to fault people for, but for faulting them for not doing things that they can't do. Here's my curious thing, Michael. If there's a third party candidate that you like, have they done the thing that you're wanting her to do? Yeah.
Well, I believe that at least the one that I was keeping up with has acknowledged that it is a genocide, and they said that if they were elected, and which is like a wildly off chance thing that would happen, but if they were
Who is it?
elected, and that they would, like, the first thing they would do is call Benjamin Netanyahu and tell him that the U.S. will no longer be sending aid
Are you talking about
Who's
Jill
that?
over to
Stein?
Israel.
Are you talking about Jill Stein?
She is the one who I've been keeping up with, although I don't think I'm going to vote for her.
Okay, well that's fair because it's about action and getting things done. So I'll
Mhm.
say something, Michael. There is a reality, right, that to expect Harris as the vice president to kind of at this point in the campaign, the election's actually in like 3 days, so if you think about it in terms of trying to get her to say the string of words of embargo or arms embargo isn't likely to happen because of the way the campaign is structured. When we started this show,
Right.
Matt and I were talking about it possibly being historically the closest election in American history. And
Yeah.
when we look at it through that lens, campaigns, and you said you're this is your first vote, and you said you're starting to learn the political process. Well, in the political process, a lot of times candidates have to stay very true to their message because they already know that this is the thing that they have decided is going to be the winning message at this point. So what Harris is doing is that she's hedging her bets and saying, okay, I'm going to campaign this way, and then once elected, we're still going to open up that dialogue, which is something that Harris has said, right? Harris has said this
Mhm.
to a lot of pro-Palestinian groups, saying that I want open dialogue. I want to continue this conversation. Let's win this election so we can do it.
Mhm.
And I don't know if you heard the last caller just now. The very
Oh yeah, I
last
was listening
thing
to the
that
whole
that person
conversation.
said, right. The last thing that that person said was Harris is a pro Hamas candidate. Okay.
I laughed out loud,
So
actually.
so I know, right? So if the opposing side is trying to say that about Harris, about the Democrats saying we want to have open dialogue. What is happening in Palestine is an atrocity. We need to do more to be able to protect the women and children and produce aid for those for that nation for Palestinians. And then the other side says you're pro Hamas. That should be a very good clue that the Republicans and what they think of Palestine, because
Yeah.
even there was just recently a pundit that Mehdi Hassan was on CNN, and he said, I'm trying to support the Palestinian people, and the Republican across the table said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off, because he while Mehdi Hassan said Palestine, he heard Hamas, because they think that Palestinians are terrorists and are devoid of the ability to have human life, even in America, to support. So in reality, the Democrats are actually saying things that are going to open up dialogue. Harris snubbed Netanyahu by not going to his speech in Congress, and Netanyahu felt that and was very angry about that. Trump has already said he's going to cozy up to Netanyahu and let him finish the job. Donald Trump's son said that Gaza is perfect beachfront property. We need to really look at the choices that we have in front of us, because I would not be afraid to protest for Palestine with the Harris administration, but I would be afraid to protest the war with Trump in office, because they see us
Right,
as
yeah, 'cause
pro
he'll just
Hamas.
stick the military on you.
Right, because he says that we're terrorists. Why? Because we're
Yeah.
trying to voice our opinion for the Palestinian people. So that is why, for me, as somebody who cares about this issue, somebody who fought in 2 foreign wars and is a veteran for peace and wants an end to all war and death across the world, am voting for Harris, because I know Harris will at least give me an ear to listen, while Trump literally wants me dead for trying to fight for that same peace.
Well, not you, because Trump won't allow trans people to serve in the military.
Well, that's true. That's fair. But well,
So
as
true.
if I decided to protest, yeah, I know, right? So there we go, right? So for me, yeah, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Matt.
No, I just have a couple of questions. So right now, my understanding is that Jill Stein is not on the ballot in 5 states and is an eligible write-in candidate in 5 other states, and there's no practical way that she could win even a single electoral vote. Matter of fact, no third-party candidate has. I'm not crazy old, but I'm old. No third-party candidate has gotten a single electoral vote since before I was born. And what's happening with third parties like the Green Party is their campaign, and this isn't about their ideals. There are Green Party people who have great ideas, and there are Green Party platform positions that I agree with. But in order for the Green Party to maintain existence and have any hope of ever becoming viable, they must maintain some minimal amount of voting on the ballot. And because they know they'll never get elected until that changes, they can promise anything, knowing they'll never have to show that their plans work, knowing that they'll never have to show that their ideas are reasonable, and that they'll never be called out on anything. Even if everybody in every state where Jill Stein was eligible voted for her and made her president, she would not have the support of Congress without additional Green Party candidates on many issues. There are certainly some things that she can do. There's lots of things that can be done with executive order, and she would get the same presidential immunity that the Supreme Court just granted to every other president doing anything official. But the reality is that we also have treaties and alliances that we are involved with that sometimes require us to do things that turn out really awful, like supplying weapons to somebody because that's what our agreement is, even though they are actively perpetrating a genocide. But if the third-party candidates know that they're not going to be elected, know that they are not going to have to stand by their ideas and be, challenged on this, then all they're actually doing is running so that they can keep running. They just want to keep the dream alive. If all that any of them are doing is diverting votes to the point that 16 European states' Green parties have called for Jill Stein to drop out and endorse Kamala. If everybody else gets this, how is this not just a grift? What is being a Green Party advocate doing for anyone right now other than keeping the Green Party as this percolating nuisance in the realm so that people have an excuse not to do the right thing? How is it not a grift?
Right, yeah. I do see what you mean.
So, Michael, can I ask you? I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. I just want to ask you 2 questions, and what my first question is, or it's 3 questions total. So my first question is: do you know that the vice presidential choice for Jill Stein, one of the shortlist people was a Palestinian woman that was a professor at Rutgers? Do you know about this person? This woman?
I do not know.
Okay, great. So one of the reasons she was not selected was because one of her conditions to being on the ticket was to give the Harris campaign a list of demands, which was call for a ceasefire and have an arms embargo.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Harris campaign followed those 2 demands, that the Green Party would then push their support to Harris, because then Harris had proven to her that she is the one that we need to support because of the war in Gaza.
Right.
Jill Stein said, absolutely never. That is not the way we're going to run this campaign. And then that woman, that professor from Rutgers University said, I am not joining your ticket. And Jill Stein said, fine. How do you feel as a person who is a single issue voter on this issue that the Green Party would not relent and fight for that issue 100% the way that could have been?
Mm-hmm. Well, I wouldn't say that I'm
mad?
a single issue voter. Yeah, it does make sense. I wouldn't say that I'm a single issue voter, you know? It's just that's the only issue I've gotten to talk about in the you know, 20 minutes since I've been on the air.
Got it.
But that's a little crazy.
So knowing that, now knowing that, what would after having this conversation, because of course we've only been able to chat for 15 minutes, but now with some of this context and some of this information that we were able to share with you, are you now more likely, or will you vote for Harris this election cycle?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. Right.
I certainly wasn't gonna vote for Jill Stein, but I certainly wasn't gonna vote for Jill Stein, but I was also just torn between between Harris and some other third party.
I wonder, and just, you don't have to answer this because I don't know that we necessarily know the answer, but I'm not on the ballot anywhere in the United States that I'm aware of. I'm
going to write you in.
And maybe the question is, think about who you're voting for, or and this is for anybody, think about who you're considering voting for, and ask how the world would be different if you voted for that person versus writing my name in. Don't do it. Don't write my name in. But realistically, if somebody voted for Jill Stein or wrote my name in, neither one of those are going to have any significant difference make any significant difference to the world.
Right.
Yeah, and neither would writing in Donald Duck. This is one of the key things is that everybody gets back to, gosh, I'm just so frustrated that I've got to keep voting for the lesser of two evils. Me too. I don't consider them necessarily two evils. Lesser of two evils is a phrase. I'm voting for the better candidate that actually is viable, because basically the concern is people have is, oh, I'm just voting against somebody. And the other aspect is, I'm not going to reward this group with my vote. So let me take them in reverse order real quick in anticipation of people calling in. Your vote's not a reward. You're not saying, oh, I pick you, Pikachu. You're not rewarding them. It's a strategic move for what kind of world you want to live in. Similarly, the frustration with, oh, I'm just voting against someone. No, I'm not just voting against someone. I'm voting against someone and their platform. I'm voting against fascism. I'm voting against the threat to democracy. I'm voting against someone who wants to be a dictator. I'm voting against someone who just suggested that Liz Cheney should have guns pointed at her, to the point where Arizona is looking into this to see if that was actually a death threat that could get Trump into trouble, and not just in the sense of they might have criminal charges against him, but does this make him violate his agreement on the other ones? Because he's awaiting sentencing, and part of the condition is that he shouldn't be breaking any laws. And if in fact he broke this law, then they should throw his ass in jail tomorrow. Is it going to happen? No. Is anything going to happen with much of this? No. I watch every day. Right. So I Brian Tyler Cohen, who, by the way, when this election's over, sorry, Brian, I may never watch another video of yours. I'm so sick to death of breaking news, Trump fails in epic portions. And then you get in and you sit down and you're like, here's what just happened. And another legal thing's been Trump, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't move the needle. It doesn't change anything. And it is so obviously just clickbait and rage bait, even though there are real issues. But on this front of I'm voting against someone, I'm voting against some things. I'm voting against an end to queer rights. I'm voting against opposition to abortion. And if you can respin every one of those, I'm voting for choice. I'm voting for LGBTQ rights. I'm voting for a slightly better position, maybe, on climate change. I'm voting for a slightly better position on economic issues. I'm voting for a slightly better position on a number of different social political issues. But here's the thing. I listened to somebody, and wow, I'm stepping out of my depth here hugely, because I'm not trans and I'm not on TACIS, but I heard someone at some point criticizing Kamala because her positions aren't pro-trans enough. I agree. She's got lots of positions that aren't good enough. But shut your fucking pie hole till the election's over with that crap. And the reason I say that, how dare you silence trans people? No, this isn't silencing. This is strategy. Just listen. If you support her and get her elected, then all of us can get together and say, Madam President, we helped you get here. It's time for you to listen to us. And then we can potentially move the needle on her position on a number of different issues. What is the chance that a bunch of lefty queer motherfuckers like us are going to move the needle if Trump's elected? It's not going to happen. And so, instead of trash talking her now, let her get into office and then trash talk everything she does that's wrong. Hold her feet to the fire. Make her be our representative. Because Trump will never be my representative. He may end up being president again, but he's definitely not representing me. He's not representing mine. Getting Kamala Harris elected gets people like Josie in positions where they can interact and advise on policy. If you get, if your actions increase the likelihood that Trump gets elected, Josie doesn't get to advise anybody on shit. And if Trump gets his way, there's going to be two genders, and your gender is going to match your birth certificate, period. Mm-hmm. So that's an end to trans stuff entirely. And what's funny is we know from polls, even though we're not talking about presidential polls, we know from polls that the people are tired of hearing about trans stuff on both sides, Democrats and Republicans, left and right, liberals and conservatives. They're all tired of hearing it. You know why? Because it represents 0.6% of the population. If they're that big of a threat, we already fucked up too bad. Just like if an illegal immigrant who doesn't speak the language can come over and take your job, we need to be boosting your job skills. We need to get you to be a better qualified candidate. We need to change the system so that that's not the case. And similarly, if this tiny fraction of the population who would prefer to just live their lives and not be the target of constant harassment and discussion, if they're that big of a threat, we're already fucking doomed. Anyway,
and Michael, I want to leave you with this. There's not much I can add to what Matt said, but I will say this: as you are a new voter and you're coming into this, vote with your heart in primaries, and then vote for the best strategic choice for the candidate that best serves you in general elections. You can vote for the greenest, the most lefty left person on the planet during a primary. And then when the primary fails and whatever, or wins, because it happens, right? Look what happened with AOC. Like, nobody wanted her to win in the Democratic side, but she ran and won in a primary and then won the general because she beat the Democrat in the primary, right? And the Democrats had to support her to make sure they held that seat. I have seen radical change happen at local levels, even with the AOC and the congressional level, through strong primary picks. Look, Bernie almost won 2016 against Hillary Clinton. and that was a primary, right? We get close with primaries. Sometimes, hell, we can even win them. But the primary is a conversation that the party has with itself. And then we get to say, hey, this is the person we want to represent us. And if we lose that primary, then we get in step and we say, we're going to pick this person, but the next primary, we're going to try again and we're going to try to get somebody better. It raises the bar of the choices that we have when we have very competitive primary systems. So that's what I say, Michael, is the primaries where this fight should be. It shouldn't be in a general election when so much is at stake. But I really appreciate you calling.
Yeah, I do too.
Go ahead,
and on that note, we'll give you one last opportunity to get a quick last word in, and then we're going to move on to some other callers.
Sure. Yeah, I think you mentioned it earlier. The climate was another hot button issue for me, and that is why I took interest in the Green Party as well. Because the Green Party, as I knew it from when I was younger, is called the Green Party because they you know, a lot of their policies are focused on the climate, and I know how rapidly our globe is warming and whatnot.
Almost every single major climate organization in the country has pushed their support to Harris because they understand that when we're talking about these policies, that is what's going to happen. My partner works for the Sierra Club, and the Sierra Club has supported Harris, and most of the other green organizations are supporting Harris because they understand that with Harris, they're going to continue to stay in the room, and Harris will continue to go to the rooms and talk to them. So that's that. So if that helps you a little bit on the environment, where I'm a very big climate activist myself, so it's another reason why I'm supporting Harris over the Green Party, because the Green Party has not proven to me to be effective in any green initiatives, even when they, yeah. So great. Well, thank you, Michael.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, we've got a lot of stuff to do. We can try this. We've got Mike, pronouns him, calling in from Alabama, is undecided about voting for Harris, but will vote down ballot, considers himself fiscally conservative. What would make you vote for Harris, Mike? Welcome, by the way.
So that's really what the question really comes to, because I'm in a state where it's generally understood that it's going to go to Republicans. So, and in previous elections, because I heard you ask the previous caller, in previous elections, I have voted Republican. However, right now, I find myself not able to vote Republican. However, I don't agree with a lot of the Democrat policies in terms of things like the student loan forgiveness, the tax plan, and all of that, to where, yes, I'll vote down ballot, and I can see myself, and I'm leaning toward down ballot voting for the Democrats in that way, for state representatives or state senate, that kind of a thing. But as far as on the actual presidential ballot box item, I know you said before where if I don't vote Harris, then I'm voting Trump, essentially. And if I'm mischaracterizing you,
you're saying you're okay with Trump.
But
I mean, you're not voting for Trump, but you're saying you're okay with Trump because you haven't done anything to really stop him.
In that case,
what I'm saying is Harris is the only chance. Harris is the only realistic chance to stop Trump. And so if you don't vote for Harris, then you haven't done anything to try to stop Trump. But I'm wondering, so let's just stick with those two issues, and we'll kind of look at this a little bit, because it may be that given what your issues are, Trump's the better choice. But for me, first of all, I eventually we'll take a look at this objection to student loan forgiveness, because I'm not even sure how strong of a part of her platform that is, but I'd love to know what the objection is. But on the tax plan thing, 23 United States Nobel laureates in economics have all said, they signed a paper saying that Harris's economic plan was, quote, vastly superior to Trump's. So if that's what 23 Nobel laureates in economics are saying, what's your objection to the tax plan?
Well, is that not an argument from authority saying that just because they're Nobel laureates and all that?
No. An argument from authority fallacy is when you say something is true because this authority said so. Like, for example, Pluto is not a planet because Neil deGrasse Tyson said so. However, if we say Pluto is not a planet because the scientific community that defined what a planet is adjusted the definition so that Pluto is now disqualified, we're not citing the people. We're not saying something is true because of the people. It's fine to cite experts in a field. 9 out of 10 doctors say this. The bulk of medical research facilities say this. We're not saying it's true because the research facility says so. That would be a fallacy. We're saying this is what the experts in the field are saying about the data. And therefore, it's not a fallacy because we're not asserting it is necessarily the case that Harris's plan's better. And the reason it's better is because economists say so. It's not. I'm convinced that it's better. And so are 23 Nobel laureate economists because they have evaluated the data and are in agreement about the data.
Mike, can I drill down a little bit here? So you were asking about the economic policy. So before, because economics used to be the big thing that used to be my bailiwick when I was conservative. What about the economy? It makes you a voter one way or the other. So because there's different schools of thoughts, right? Like the first caller was like, we need taxes on the wealthy, right? And that was their position. So what is the thing that would say, what sparks you when you hear economy is good?
Well, it really comes down to my personal life and what things like inflation and that sort of a thing that I deal with on a regular basis, with like the child tax credit, where Harris has the proposal for $6,000 for the first year, and then it reduces after that. I believe the number is about $3,000 after that, whereas Trump has a proposal for $5,000 for every child, regardless, until they're past the age of.
No, they've been against child tax credits. Republicans have voted against child tax credits continuously. Trump has never
and yet
come
they raised
up with
the child tax credits under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
You mean there is no child tax credit right now, right?
There is Tax Cut and Jobs Act. It was raised from $1,000 to $2,000 and is set to sunset next year.
Okay. And the Republicans are the ones that have been voting against that in the Senate. In fact, I believe it was a tie-breaking vote that protected it, correct?
I don't think they voted on the prolonging of the Tax Job Act.
Here's the thing, Mike. So child tax credit matters, and it's only been the Democrats who have been putting out a solid policy about child tax credits. The Republicans have not signaled that they want to do a child tax credit. In fact, I think J.D. Vance recently was asked blatantly, why did you vote against the child tax credit? And he skirted the question. He didn't even show up that day, right? So when I look at that, it doesn't show me. So let's talk about it. Since your economic point of view is very localized to you, and I don't mean that in a negative way. A lot of people vote this way. So you have a $25,000 mortgage loan plan to give you $25,000 on your first home. You have the child tax credit, which we just discussed. We also have $50,000 given to small business owners that want to open up, to give them to start a small business, especially in Alabama, where starting a small business is relatively cheap. You also have Harris openly talking about price gouging. And the reason that she talks about price gouging is because during the pandemic, companies raised prices on everything because of the supply issues, but yet they still made record profit during that time while we were all suffering from the pandemic, paying higher prices on everything and not able to work. They still still made more profit than anything. So Harris wants to actually go in and actually force them to bring prices down because they should be going down because inflation is now down. We also have the fact that Harris wants to extend $35 insulin to everybody, not just seniors, and also put a pharmaceutical cap of $2,000 a year, which is medical costs is a huge burden on people on their everyday lives and what they spend. You also have a middle class tax cut that will save us thousands of dollars a year as well. So out of all of those things, what I see on the other side with Trump is tariffs, which has already been estimated. And this is one of the things that Matt was talking about, the economist talking about, raising the cost of every household by $4,000 a year. We also have no real tax credit relief coming to the middle class, and all of it going to the upper class, wealthy folks, just like the first Trump tax credit, that 80% went to the people that are also making way too much money before. So outside of that, I don't see anything else that Trump is proposing that is going to help your pocketbook. Even when he was doing his photo op cosplaying as a McDonald's worker, he was asked about increasing the minimum wage, and he skirted that question and didn't talk about it, when Harris has been open about actually increasing the minimum wage as well, which also brings more money locally into your economy, especially in Alabama, where they hold true to the federal
inflation
minimum
as
wage.
well.
No, that's not how inflationary processes work. So remember how we were talking about price gouging? But you're hold on, Mike. You're zooming in. You're zooming in real quick. I'm just going to finish the minimum wage, and then we'll go from there. The question was economics, right? So when I hear economics, I think of the minimum wage going up, because people in the economy that you live will be able to afford to go to restaurants, be able to buy more things, buy more goods. Therefore, tax revenue in your city goes up. So therefore, you see better development in your community as well. So that's been proven. But wages aren't inflationary. We've seen that through California. That is not inflation. So go ahead, Mike. I just wanted to say that point. Thank you for letting me finish.
Yeah, no problem. And with that, I mean, you brought up a lot of things. And for the price gouging, for example, yes, during the pandemic, supermarkets, for example, did have higher profits, but in the last 3-4 years, they've actually gone down to about 1 to 2% of their profit margin, which is a very thin margin. When it comes to small businesses, a lot of small businesses fail in the first year, and a lot more fail within the first 5 years. So with that, yes, I understand giving the money to help start small businesses, and at the end of the day, you can't have competition, if you will, without that incentive to start other businesses and everything. But with that, you're also taking the risk of those businesses failing within the first year or the first 5 years. And instead of putting it on the individual that wants to start the small business, now you're spreading that across all of the taxpayers locally for there. So as far as when it's going to affect the local area, and then also the same thing with the housing, yes, we've seen as far as the proposal for the $25,000 for the first house, and yes, that'll help those with the first house and everything. And granted, after you get the first house, the next houses are easier and everything, just based on the whole equity and everything. But as far as taking the risk of the individual to get to that point. You're spreading it across everybody by putting that money from the government into the individual people's pockets with those credits. And with that, I'll pause.
Mike, I want to say, because you are laying on a very thick premise, and the premise is that all of the losses are being consumed by the taxpayer, which isn't necessarily how taxes work. Because what we have done throughout our system, for example, when Trump raised the deficit by twice the amount and also ballooned the national debt, because those Trump tax cuts just gave so much money to those corporations. Those corporations then used that money on stock buybacks that didn't actually help us build anything. Why? And so for me, when I look at that, it is reasonable for us to be able to invest in our citizens, for them to have a leg up, because you were specifically speaking about locally your economic system that you want to get better, your economic bubble that you're in locally and everything like that. And I gave you a lot of solutions on how we can fix that economic bubble. But then you were like, but the government shouldn't be giving money to people because capitalism, right? Because the capitalism is making that company fail, right?
To an extent, maybe.
Well, right. It's capitalism. It's about pulling yourself up from your bootstraps and having that opportunity to be able to do that. That's the Republican, conservative mantra. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. All Kamala wants to do is be able
to spend money on.
Yeah, and that's how you get the loan. You have to still apply and get the credit, right? That's what it is. It's like you still have to go and have a good idea and get the company started. Because Mike, what's better for you, to just have all the corporations that exist right now and not give anybody an opportunity to be able to, make something of themselves?
Well, I think that's a little flawed logic in terms of assuming that it's either give people $50,000 from the government to have them start a small business, or it's only the Walmarts and the Amazons of the world that exist.
Well, that's how it is right now, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's plenty of mom and shop shops that are around. At least, again, if we're looking at the local areas, yeah, there's plenty of mom and shop shops that are around that, again, work at razor thin profits and barely get by with what they're doing, but they're still pushing forward. They're still operating their small businesses. And no, they're not recognized beyond the local area, but there are businesses that exist that are not Walmart.
So Mike, why do those mom and pop businesses barely surviving on hairline profits?
Because of the scale of their business, essentially. Because when it comes to how the business is run and everything, they have to bring in the supply.
How does supply and demand work?
Pay for the supply at a certain cost, and they then turn around and sell it at a certain cost. And people are only willing to pay what they're willing to pay for them to sell that.
So what drives demand? What drives demand?
The desire of the consumer.
And how can the consumer desire if they don't have money?
Are you assuming that no consumers have money to spend?
No, I'm saying that consumers have less money to spend, so therefore they use their money on essentials rather than buying a local TV at their local shop. Remember how we were talking about minimum wage?
If we're looking at them having less money to spend, if we look at the Tax Cut and Jobs Act that Trump passed during his time, and again, I'm not saying this as a defense of Trump, because like I said, I'm not voting for Trump, because I don't agree with a lot of the policies that Trump has. But looking at that in terms of the Republican factor of it, they passed the Tax Cut Act that reduced the percentage of income tax at the federal level for people to have more money in their pockets.
But it didn't help the middle class like that. It helped the corporate. It helped corporate class, like Matt.
So by reducing the individual's federal tax amount, you're helping the corporate?
Well, the corporations received 80% of that tax cut that then went to stock buybacks that didn't actually give anything to anybody except for the corporate shareholders. When we're talking about the Harris tax cut, we're actually talking about real material cuts to the middle class. And in fact, she's been saying this for a long time, since the beginning of her campaign, about how we're going to do this middle out economy where we're going to reduce the taxes on the middle class. We're going to be able to help raise wages. We're going to help people start businesses. We're going to help people actually be involved in their local economies and possibly buy a house rather than living in the renter's economy that we live right now. Putting 3,000 new homes in the marketplace by building them, which creates more local economy for the builders and the contractors in the communities, which then in turn increases demand because people have more money in their pocket. So therefore they can go to their local burger shop and actually help that mom and pop, so they're not running razor thin margins. And then when they start becoming more profitable, they can actually hire a local kid in the community to then start working. Therefore it creates even more wealth into the community. So therefore, that is how it works. That is how the economy used to work in the 60s, Mike. The economy used to work where people were able to move out of their homes.
A lot of inflation. The late 60s, early 70s saw a lot of inflation as we were coming out of the period of time where essentially the United States was the only superpower when it came to manufacturing post-World War II. So we pretty much were running unopposed for about 10, 15 years or so, give or take.
Inflation.
And then as we got more and more away from being the only one, inflation was increasing.
Mike, hold on.
Stop.
Mike.
I don't need to rehash a history. You're not voting for Trump. We're trying to figure out whether or not you're going to support Harris. Why are you opposed to student loan forgiveness?
For student loan forgiveness, it's similar to the idea of the housing part where you're increasing the amount of money. So therefore, people are going to increase their prices, not really solving the problem, but just in turn expanding the problem because now you're giving people essentially that free money.
No.
What is free money?
Student loan forgiveness is not about free money. These are people who've already paid back essentially the capital that they borrowed plus interest. This is non-real money that we are just wiping off the books. And the only thing that's going to get hurt is the businesses that were potentially counting on keeping someone paying interest forever on something where they've already recouped the money that they invested.
So by the government
Mike, do you have student loans?
Do I have student loans? Yes. By the government guaranteeing the student loans, the universities have been able to increase their prices because they know they're going to get that money eventually.
No, the reason this universities increase their prices is because the federal government has been cutting colleges and college funds for a long time. There's still a bottom line that these colleges have to run. And that is the problem. It was conservative policy that said, let's just stop taxing. Let's stop giving money to college education, and then we'll go ahead and pay off our rich banking buddies to do the loan so they can keep people in perpetual debt forever. Mike, how many years have you been paying on your student loans?
About 10 years now.
You know that you've already paid your principal probably way over, and you're just paying nothing but interest now, right? Have you looked at your student loans? Have you looked at how much money?
Those loans, what it was that I was taking out.
Yes.
And but that doesn't mean it wasn't predatory.
You're able to pay for yours, so fuck anybody who can't.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't say that. Why don't you want people to not be indebted forever in order to get an education? If they've already paid back essentially more than they borrowed with reasonable interest even, and the government's like, no, you don't get to continue exploiting people forever. Your practices are predatory and we're going to minimize it. Same way that we set a cap on insulin and things like that. But let's assume for a second that you have a principled objection and the system regarding student loans is broken. How does opposing student loan forgiveness fix the problem?
It would have those businesses or those universities that are for profit or for getting that predatory lending and all of that. It would essentially cut into their bottom line eventually to the point where they wouldn't be able to rely on that
you're not changing. You're not changing the status quo. How could it possibly cut into the bottom line when you're not doing anything to change that status quo? That's what I'm saying. You're opposed to student loan forgiveness, and that doesn't fix a problem. Even if there is a problem, your view doesn't do anything to fix it.
Well, I haven't given my view on how to fix it. I've given my view on why I'm opposed to student loan forgiveness.
Your view on how to fix it is irrelevant. You're not running for president.
And Mike, why are you so opposed?
It really doesn't matter.
So
correct.
So Mike, why are you so opposed of students having to not have to pay their student loan payments anymore and actually using that money in the local economy rather than paying some banker somewhere? It's about supply and demand again. I'm trying to raise demand. The Democrats are trying to raise demand. They're trying to put more money in people's pockets so they can afford things that are getting more expensive. And Harris actually has a plan to drop the prices on things, and not grocery stores, by the way, Mike. You said grocery stores are running thin margins? Yes, grocery stores are running thin margins because they need people to shop there. I'm talking about the companies that provide the products to the grocery stores. That's where all those profits are going. So when I'm talking about economic policy that actually affects your pocketbook, I'm talking about eliminating your student loan so you can actually have a couple extra $100 a month in your pocket. I'm talking about you actually being able to plan to buy a home that's going to be available because 3 million homes are being built. I'm talking about you actually maybe planning to maybe start your own business one day without having a massive amount of debt of student loans, so you can actually have $50,000 and actually try to build your community. I'm talking about people that you live with in your community having more money so they can buy goods at your store that you could possibly start. So therefore, you're not running razor thin profit margins, so you can compete against a Walmart or an Amazon. That's what I'm talking about. So, Mike, when we started this call, you were talking about what policies will help you in your local economy and your local pocketbook and help you affect the cost of the things that you are dealing with. I gave you plenty of examples of how Harris is going to do that, including pharmaceuticals. So why does any of that I just said not make you consider Harris when you know and I know that we're not voting for Trump because Trump policies aren't actually going to do it with tariffs? So what's the harm of giving it a shot if you're already not voting for Trump anyway? And in Alabama, there was a landslide election and a special election for Marion Lands in Alabama earlier this year in March, and she crushed it. So the vote in Alabama actually matters quite a bit because Alabama can actually get some really great representatives like Marion Lands, who unseated a Republican that always won his elections by 40%. So what have I said that makes you not want to vote for Harris when you are already on the fence with Trump anyway?
Well, to reiterate the beginning of the call, I haven't been on the fence for Trump. I know for a fact that I'm not going to be voting for Trump.
Okay.
What
so
I was also saying is that down ballot,
Harris?
when it comes to the state representatives and when it comes to the local elections and everything, that yes, I am leaning more toward the Democrat side this election, though I haven't in the past. I guess my question is, based on the state of Alabama as it is, and what is the real difference of putting one more vote for Harris in the state of Alabama versus not voting for anybody?
It gives yeah, go ahead, Matt. If you want to answer that question, go for it.
First of all, even if Alabama ends up going red, your vote sends a bunch of different messages about what kind of world you prefer. Do you make more than $400,000 a year?
I do not.
Cool. So as somebody who doesn't make more than $400,000 a year, your taxes are not going to go up. In addition, would you be okay if they decide to cancel student loan debt and you're eligible? Would you be okay with not having to continue paying?
I mean, I'm not going to deny free money.
Sure. Okay. So that's cool. Do you think that pregnant people should be able to choose to terminate a pregnancy?
I think that it has been given to the states to make the call, and Trump has said already that he's not looking to
I don't
make
care
it a
what Trump
nationwide
said.
ban.
Why is it when I ask what your position is, you tell me what's fucking happened, as if I don't know that it's been passed to the states, and as if I don't know what Trump said? Do you think a pregnant person should be allowed to have an abortion?
I think they should be allowed, yes, but I don't think
Cool.
it should be.
I didn't ask anything beyond that. Do you think gay people should be allowed to be married to other gay people, same gender?
Yes.
Are you okay with trans people having rights and serving openly in the military?
Yes.
Cool. All of those things are consistent with Harris's platform and not consistent with Trump's. And so since you already know you're not voting for Trump, what does a Harris vote cost you or risk you? What's the risk to you? That's kind of what Josie was getting at right at the end.
In all, the risk is very low. The same with the risk of me not voting at all.
Correct. But here's the difference. If in fact your views are more consistent with Harris than with Trump, isn't there some value in ensuring that Alabama comes as close as possible to electing the person who better embodies the things that you care about, even if you're in disagreement on some stuff, than it is to not vote?
But if I voted in previous elections for a Republican, would that not have the same effect in terms of getting it closer, because that's one less vote for the Republican side?
But
No,
it's not a message.
One less vote for the Republicans is inferior to one less vote for the Republicans and one additional vote for the Democrats. Every vote's a 2-vote swing unless you throw it away and don't vote. Then it's only a 1-vote swing.
Right. If you give the Democrats more votes in your... Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
In addition to all of that long list, I think we're all hopefully on the same page that Trump is a legitimate threat to democracy and is an open fascist saying he wants to be a dictator on day one and throw out the Constitution. And he's been threatening his political enemies, whether they be individuals or newspapers, with potential consequences from the military down the line. The rhetoric coming from this guy, including having Liz Cheney essentially having to face weapons pointed at her. Are those the characteristics that you want in a president of the United States?
So if I may address the Liz Cheney comment, the question I have with that is, what is the difference, rhetorically, if you will, between calling the politicians the chicken hawk versus what Trump said? Because that's essentially what he was doing in his own way, that, yeah, he's not exactly saying things correctly or politically correctly or what have you. But essentially, the way that I took it was essentially calling Liz Cheney a chicken hawk.
Name another president that talked about having a political opponent stand up facing rifles pointed at their head. Has it ever happened? Is that what
Other
the president should be?
candidates have called each other chicken hawks, yes.
Have other presidential
But no,
candidates called for someone to have fucking guns pointed at their head? Why are you being so dishonest? This is obvious. This is the obvious fucking question that this is not how presidents should behave. How dare you pretend that it's just his folksy fucking charm that he's threatening to have people arrested? He's talking about pointing guns at people. How dare you pretend that that's just folky? That's just the same as chicken hawk. That's dishonest as fuck, Mike.
Well, looking back at the 2016 election, where there was a chance to lock her up,
start your
when
fucking
he actually
sentence.
was elected.
Shut up.
Mike, no.
Shut up. Don't start your sentence with looking back. Apologize for being dishonest as fuck in dismissing political violence at this crucial time as just folks. It's just like saying chicken hawk. Really? If I say you need to be punched in the face, is that the same as me saying, God, you're stupid?
That's a difference, right, Mike? And Mike, this is the thing. This is why I'm getting frustrated, is because voting for Harris and voting the Democrats is actually saying to the Republicans to stop with this shit. The things that you, Mike, are not voting for Trump for, regardless of what they are, it's about telling the Republicans they need to stop with this shit and actually get back to governance, good governance. Because right now,
really
what
like
we know, and that's what it's about, Mike. Like, if you want to vote for good governance, that's what a Harris vote is. And as somebody who used to be a conservative, somebody who fought for this country, somebody who's done a lot of this, like, I'm voting for good governance. That's another reason why I'm voting for Harris. You said on this call you're not voting for Trump, so why not punish the Republicans for putting up such a childish person that lost your vote? Shouldn't the Republicans be punished for putting up a person that lost your vote, Mike?
Who thinks a person who thinks that Josie and I,
by voting down
a person who thinks that Josie and I are suckers and losers? I got 8.5 years in the military. Am I a fucking sucker or a loser for doing that? How dare you fucking pretend that this guy acts like a president?
Well, the gap that Biden had is calling people garbage. I mean, the question
that's
is,
not the same, Mike.
Go fuck yourself. I don't give a shit who you vote for, you dishonest fuck. Biden called people garbage. First of all, whether or not he did or didn't doesn't fucking matter. Because you know what? Trump supporters are fucking garbage.
Mike, yeah, you're not even a Trump supporter. Like, Mike, you don't. Okay, look, now you're getting spicy. Because now I'm getting spicy.
I don't believe
Mike, you're gonna get a little. You're gonna get a little bit spicy from me. Okay. First off, Trump literally said that he didn't want to pay $60,000 because it doesn't cost $60,000 to ferry a fucking Mexican who was a soldier who died, a Mexican woman who died. I'm a Mexican woman. He has said that he doesn't like standing next to people who've amputees because they gross him out. He's literally said that he doesn't like Medal of Honor winners, and he'd rather have people who win congressional medals of honor because they look better. And every time when you're a Medal of Honor winner, you don't look so good, is exactly his words. I heard him say it. It wasn't hearsay on that. He didn't want to go and speak at Normandy where people lost their lives. So, Mike, you cannot tell me that a gaffe that Biden said of, oh, I think, the supporters that say that are garbage. You can try to spin it in so many ways, but Mike, you have to remember, you're not a Trump supporter. You're not. So why are you trying to defend? Yeah. Why are you trying to defend these Trump supporters who literally call fucking Puerto Rico freaking floating garbage? The entire culture of people, which I'm Puerto Rican of, the fact that he calls this country a garbage can because people immigrate into this country. So why are you playing Why are you letting those MAGA people that you're not even a MAGA person play victim? Why are you parroting their talking points when you're talking to two veterans of foreign war for a man that has literally called us losers for getting captured, told a war hero, John McCain, that he likes people who didn't get captured? Like that.
Trump's a
that to
traitor,
me,
and
to
so
my
is everybody
core-
who supports him or makes excuses for him. Why are you being a traitor right now, Mike?
Yeah, why? You're not even a Trump supporter, Mike.
I'm just looking at the rhetoric, going back to the rhetoric that is being said, and I'm seeing that
There's
yes,
nothing equal to
there
what
is
I said,
issues
right?
and there is problems with the rhetoric that he is using. But the
Oh,
sister
there's problems with the
of the
rhetoric, isn't
person
there?
that you're talking
There's
about in
problems
terms
with the
of the
rhetoric.
funeral
There's
came
problems
out
with
and
the
said
rhetoric.
that
Why don't you
wasn't
fucking
true.
call it? Shut up. I'm done listening to you, Mike.
Mike,
There's
it
problems with
was
the rhetoric.
true.
It's not a problem with the rhetoric. It's a problem of character. It's a problem of diplomacy. It's a problem of respect and fucking dignity. It's a problem of a bone spur fucking lying coward who disrespects
right.
the military. It's a problem of
Salutes
character
North Korean
from a
generals.
liar. It is not a fucking rhetoric problem. The left doesn't and didn't engage in the rhetoric that fucking Trump uses, so don't dismiss it as if it's just rhetoric. Go learn to be better, because it's not fucking rhetoric. It is disrespect. It is treason and traitorous to try to take over and get your vice president killed in order to default and overturn the will of the people to take over a country. And you're about to make excuses for him doing it again. Do better.
Yeah. Why? I just don't understand why you got to make excuses for him. Just okay. So yeah. I just don't understand why someone who is I'm not voting for Trump is now making excuses for Trump. There is nothing equivalent to what Trump has said about veterans, nothing equivalent about what he said about immigrants, nothing equivalent what he says about the enemies within and his political opponents that any candidate on the Democratic side has ever said. Ever in American history, even the Republicans, even the worst thing that and in fact, it comes from his own VP when he was called America's Hitler. People all around are excusing this trash, and it makes me so angry, and especially to sit here and say to two fucking veterans of foreign war. Oh, anyways. And getting
I'm only mildly going to mildly apologize because frankly I'm furious. I did 8.5 years in the United States military, and I did a good chunk of it as a conservative, well, almost all of it as a conservative leaning general Republican. But the one thing that I knew that was instilled in me both by my parents and by my boot camp instructors and everything else is that Republican or Democrat in the military, that doesn't matter. You are there to do a job and to be supportive of everybody else there. And if the guy next to you or the woman next to you is of a different political party, too fucking bad. You set it aside and you work on the issue at hand. And there are so many people who have given their lives to allow you the freedom to be apathetic and make excuses for the most disrespectful commander-in-chief in the history of this country. Suckers and losers. It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican. These are things that Donald J. Trump does. Asked his fucking generals if it would be okay to just shoot the protesters in the legs, turning the military on American citizens because they're politically protesting. This is a guy who never served a day, and I have loads of respect for some people who have never served, but he never served a day, and he doesn't respect them.
Right.
He is a vile, disgusting, lying, traitorous buffoon who is dumber than a fucking fence post, babbles incoherently, is inferior to shit that I've wiped off my shoe in a number of different categories. And you're going to be, well, that's just his rhetoric and everything. It's not fucking rhetoric.
Not rhetoric. It's what he believes.
I'm just, how fucking dare you and he? You know, there are people
And the
serving
thing is-
right now who are going to be sent to places to potentially die for people they don't know. And there's also people in the military who are potentially going to be sent somewhere to kill people they don't know. And I'd like it to stop.
Yep. And he doesn't give a crap about the veteran benefits when they get back either. So talking about like the service and then disrespecting veterans as they come back and not serving. I mean, like it was Biden that passed the PAC Act. It wasn't fucking Trump.
Just
Like you know.
Okay.
Anyways.
Hey, let's do a reboot.
Move on. Let's reboot.
Okay. Hi, everybody. If you just tuned in and you're wondering why things got really salty, it's because you have two veterans of foreign wars sitting here as co-hosts side by side. People who voluntarily served. We weren't drafted. We served in the military. And we have both changed our views and who we are considerably, both because of that experience and because of all the things that have happened after that. I'm not a naive pacifist. I understand that there are times when violence may be required in defense of self, in defense of others, in defense of country, etc. I'm not a fan of violence ever. I would rather violence and war and conflict and all that just went away, and the military was nothing but, you know, hey, we're going to go sandbag and help this region that has just suffered through hurricanes and things like that. That it'd be nice if we lived in some weird utopia where the military didn't even carry guns, but we don't live in that utopia right now. And quite frankly, and I'm probably going to catch heat for this, this will be the old guy, so Josie can temper me. America hasn't been in a proper war and serious conflict where the American people had to pay attention to it and make sacrifices in a long time. I was in the Gulf War. My folks watched it on CNN. My mom saw me standing in line for chow on an aircraft carrier on CNN. And their generation knew about war from Vietnam and Korea and World War II, etc. And so they looked at what we were doing with a particular set of eyes that are rooted in patriotism and understand the sacrifice because they or their parents made serious sacrifices during major wars. The bulk of Americans are spoiled fucking brats who are monumentally ignorant and were never given a civics course. They haven't had to sacrifice in the way that other generations have, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm thrilled that my niece and nephew aren't about to be drafted. I'm thrilled that the next generation has some things easier. That's part of the reason some of us were willing to struggle, is so that the next generation could have it easier, so that they wouldn't be in debt forever with student loans. But this position of not having to struggle on those issues and not being face to face with conflict like that has given some people a really skewed perspective of the United States military, and the complications related to conflict around the world.
Yeah.
This isn't just get off my lawn, go enjoy your latte, listen to your Chapel Roan. I hate lattes. I love Chapel Roan. I don't care if you come on my lawn. I'm not just being the old guy here. There are people who have wonderful ideas And their idealism on those ideas is going to destroy the world, because they make the perfect the enemy of the good. They don't understand and aren't willing to compromise. They don't understand the idea of political capital. They don't understand the idea of being elected with a mandate. They don't understand the idea that you, once you get elected president, are allowed to do some things, but you have to work with Congress and you have to work with people on both sides of a political spectrum, and even beyond that. Their idealism is wonderful in the goals that they'd like. Let's free Palestine. Let's end this conflict. Let's end this genocide. Let's end the slaughter. Let's end the war in Ukraine. All these are wonderful ideas.
Yeah.
But much like the Green Party thing that some of you are supporting for, you don't have any plan to do it, and you're not taking the actions that stop the worst things from happening. This is why people can sit around and comfortably call in and say, oh, I'm actually opposed to Trump, but I hope he wins so that we can just burn it all down and start over. The house is on fire. And as I said the other day, some of us are trying to grab the hose. And yes, the hose it's got holes in it. It's not the best hose. It's just what we have. And we're trying to put out the fire in this house. Well, somebody else is trying to dump gasoline on it. And there's people who could be helping us grab the hose who are sitting there going, no, that house wasn't built to where it was sufficiently ready to ward off flames. You didn't put a fire suppression system in it. You built it out of wood. Wood catches fire. Are you so fucking stupid you don't know that wood catches fire? How dare you ask me to help you put out that fire in your house? It's just going to catch fire again at another time. It's just a temporary solution to put out those flames. I'm not grabbing that hose. Plus, that hose was made in China.
And that water, do you even know where it came from?
Yeah. It's Flint water. Why would we put out a fire with Flint water? This is what some of this, not all of it, this is what some of this sounds like to those of us who are about to have the last straw come down with this election. I don't understand. I genuinely.
Yeah, we're talking about trans
this
rights being set back 60 years. We're talking about so many awful things. Sorry to interrupt you, Matt. I'm just so many things.
How is this not like an 80-20 race in favor of reason, in favor of democracy? How is it the case that half, a little less than half, but half the population doesn't even feel like fucking participating? And of the people who are participating, half of them don't seem to care about democracy. They don't, it's like they don't think there's any real threat here, or they're okay with it. It's like the people who don't support church-state separation because they're incredibly confident that their particular version of church is the one that's going to win out. It's the people who are like, oh, I don't mind prayer in schools until it's a Native American prayer, or until it's a Satanist prayer, or until it's a Hindu prayer. And then all of a sudden, wait, that's not the stuff I was talking about. That's not what I was talking about. That's not what prayer. I thought prayer was just to Jesus. Yeah, because you're monumentally uninformed and misinformed about the nature of reality, about the people around you who are different from you. We got a couple more calls to get to. Hopefully, but they will definitely go much better, because I've reached my limit for actually being vocally angry for the day. I cannot possibly be vocally angry anymore. I'm too exhausted.
Yeah.
And it's like I genuinely feel like I'm being punked. Like I wake up every day in bizarro world. And it is a difficult situation to be in, but it's also great in the sense that I'm finding out all the things that I was just wrong about. Josie, I don't know if you had anything to add to that, but we got two more callers to get to if you're ready.
I am ready, and also the Godless Engineer just rated us, so that was really nice of them.
Sweet.
For
Thanks,
coming in
John.
with all their viewers. Yeah, thank you. No, I agree with everything you said, Matt. And the best thing we can do is just win this race. Then maybe we can put it to bed for a while.
I hope so, because I genuinely, despite what some people think, I don't like being angry. and I don't like having conversations that make me angrier. But I'm baffled at the excuses somebody will make for one of the most awful people I've ever had the displeasure of being surrounded by. So Tom in Florida is calling in. Tom's pronouns are he, him. He voted for Carter in 76 and third party in the 80s and is calling to give us a cautionary tale. But as long as it's not a lengthy co-host sermon, Tom, what is your cautionary tale?
No, Matt, it's not. I interviewed Jimmy Carter at my college radio station in 76. He was a bright man, a good man. But the time he's running against George Wallace, Scoop Jackson. Later in 1980, he's running against Ted Kennedy, and I did not vote for him in 1980. I can't hear you, but
I just what's the cautionary tale?
Well, we know what happened in 1980. It was the Ronald Reagan.
Right. I wasn't alone. I supported John Anderson, and the idea of using a third-party candidate at that time. I wasn't alone. I think Paul Newman, Jackie Kennedy, Arthur Schlesinger, all supported Anderson. But if it weren't for Reagan, we probably wouldn't have Trump today.
That's true. I agree with that. I agree with that assessment wholeheartedly.
Well, just want to say.
So what do you have to say?
No, that's good.
Yeah,
Right.
No, that's good. I just wanted to say, what would you tell a Green Party person in a very short sentence? Because I think that you do have some interesting take about voting third party back then. What would you tell a young third party voter today? In a few sentences.
Basically, if you're going to vote third party, you have no idea what will result. Not now, not even a little bit later, but much later down the road.
Yeah. That well said. I appreciate that.
We do know
Thank you,
some
Tom.
things about it, though, and that is, given the actual results from voting third party, it's not done anything to help anybody at any point, except for keeping those parties around to continue not helping anybody with anything at any point.
Well, I think Ronald Reagan was helped quite a bit by John Anderson.
Sure. Fair, but they're not. What I mean is, they're not helping the people that the third party voters think are being helped.
Yeah.
No, and Matt,
Absolutely.
you said something very important a couple of weeks ago. You said if you vote third party, nobody else is going to know it. So what's the point of making this great statement? You know?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I've got a little dog, not so little.
No, you're all right, Tom. I
fine.
appreciate the cautionary tale and your patience in waiting an hour to deliver it. Take care of the pup. We're going to move on to the last call of the night.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Josie. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Somebody in chat just said, wait, is Matt the atheist anti-Harris? Did you just tune in and miss everything I've said for years? It's so weird.
So Matt, I used to do in college, I used to have, when I was studying a lot of political science and I was like privy to all the policies back then, I used to have a parlor trick where if you name something wrong with America, I can directly tell you how it directly leads to Reagan. It's almost like my 40 degrees to Kevin Bacon, but it was 40 degrees to chaos with Reagan.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's great.
I might play that at some point. All right, so we have one last call, and then we're going to move on to super chats. And this one, I can't promise that I will sit idly by, but I genuinely feel that Josie's probably going to be the best one to talk to. Guy in Minnesota is begrudgingly leaning towards Harris, but wants to be convinced. So, Guy, welcome. You get to be the final caller of the night, and let's hope that Josie and or myself can tip you over the edge so that you go vote for Harris. Welcome.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. So what makes you begrudgingly So what you're saying begrudgingly leaning, is that like you still might not vote for Harris, or are you like, I'm gonna vote for Harris, or do you really need that extra little push over the edge?
Well, I'm kind of wondering if it's worth voting at all.
Okay.
Where do you
And
live?
is it because of Minnesota? Right. So right, Minnesota is where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
well,
I
I was
interrupted.
No, it's okay. What I was going to say was, is your not voting at all linked to Harris's policies and how you feel about voting for Harris, or is it because you feel that Minnesota is going to be blue? So what's the point?
Well, there's that with the Minnesota thing, but yeah. Well, obviously, Trump is horrible. As far as I'm concerned, the whole MAGA thing is a treasonous organization.
Okay.
Mhm.
Guy,
Yes.
I can stop right here. If you think that Trump is a dangerous person and the whole MAGA organization is treasonous, what's the best thing you could personally do when voting to stop it?
Well, that's kind of just it, is being from Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota's going for Harris, so I don't see my vote making much difference.
Okay. Josie,
Although I
you
do
want to
have
start
to
with
say,
mandates?
I am not a
Yeah.
fan of Tim Walz.
Oh, that's too
Okay.
bad, because I loved him. But
I do love Tim, but okay. So Guy, let's So I'm gonna go a little bit with the political science answer about a public mandate. Do you know what a mandate is, as far as like politics?
Believe I do, but I have to admit, possibly, well, likely being undereducated in most areas.
That's fine. Mandates can be a little bit tricky to understand because they're very kind of political strategy oriented, more than like the moment you feel it when you put that vote in the ballot box. So a public mandate is essentially saying, all right, we are heavily going to be supporting one candidate. So when a candidate wins by a larger percentage, what that typically means is that the people in that area feel that this person has a public mandate to lead. So when you have a large public mandate to lead with a large voter share of the vote, what that shows is that that candidate has a larger share of political capital. Do you know what political capital is?
Yes, that I believe I do understand.
cool.
Okay, great. So the more political capital that you have, the more aggressive you can be with policy stances, even when they may be a little bit more out there type policies, or more maybe left in this case for Harris. With a larger mandate, then that means that a politician can actually reach for things that are a little bit bigger. So, for example, if we look at Harris as a whole, we hear a lot of policies coming out of the Harris campaign, such as building 3 million houses, giving $25,000 in mortgage for the first home buyers, $50,000 for small in tax credits for starting a business, talking about middle class tax cuts, going after tax gougers. You're getting my drift. There's a lot of different things that we can talk about when we're talking about these things. If Harris wins with a large margin, like a high popular vote, and we were discussing this at the beginning of the show about how so few presidents have even won 60% of the popular vote. But let's say Harris won 60% of the popular vote nationwide. What that would mean is her first 100 days as the president will be much more inclusive of all of those policies that she's actually running on today. So it gives her more power to be able to push these policies and actually having likelihood of them passing because she would have more political capital. Now, let's go the other direction, Guy. So let's say a lot of people in Minnesota and states like Minnesota, which we would be like, oh yeah, Minnesota is going to be blue. But let's say a lot of people thought like you and were like, you know what, I'm not going to vote for her because I'm a little iffy on XYZ. And she barely wins Minnesota. And then she barely wins like California and a lot of these and a lot of these really important states. She barely squeaks by. That means that she doesn't have that large of a mandate, meaning that she's not going to be able to probably push those policies that we like. She's probably going to have to focus on things that the Republicans want to do bipartisanship on, like extra border security, or maybe not giving a big tax cut. Maybe she has to leave some Social Security benefits on the table. That is what would happen if Harris doesn't win with a large mandate. So the best thing that we can do in a situation like this, especially against somebody like Trump, is to make sure she has a strong enough mandate to be able to defeat, and then this is the most important piece, to be able to defeat the treasonous organization such as MAGA. Because if MAGA loses by a large margin and gives Harris a larger mandate, well, guess what the Republican Party is going to do? They're going to start purging MAGA people out of the party because it's unpopular and makes them lose large chunks of the vote. So it also works in that favor as well. So if your statement at the beginning is trying to get rid of the treasonous organization, which is MAGA, and getting rid of people like Trump, then the mandate idea is the most powerful thing we can do to purge these people out of political leadership. Does that all make sense?
Absolutely, it does.
Okay, great. Does that help you kind of think about voting for Harris, even in Minnesota?
Yeah, I do have to say, Josie, you have convinced me.
Oh,
Yay.
well, wonderful. I appreciate that.
This is why I learned to stay quiet.
Actually, Matt,
despite what
I'm
people think, I do know when to stay quiet.
Say again, Guy?
Actually, Matt, I love you. I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist forever, but forever I was scared to tell anybody I was an atheist. Yep. After listening to you guys and everything, I became more comfortable with it. My mom was raised, I was raised Christian, but not hardcore. We went to church every Sunday. We prayed at supper time, but it never really came up out of that. And honestly, I never really bought into it. I'd call myself a believer, but no. But, I came to the point where I realized, I just don't believe this. I actually went to a church and with the pastor, I read the Bible. Every Saturday I'd meet with the pastor and discuss what I'd read, and that was when I became a confirmed hardcore atheist. But people like you guys let me come out. When I told Mom, to my surprise, I was in her kitchen. She was making something for a church thing on Saturday, and she asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, well, Mom, I'm an atheist. And she said, that's okay, dear. You want to come to church with me? And that was it.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad that was a good experience for you.
As far as Harris, I completely agree with her border policy. Some of her economic and such policies I don't really agree with. I voted Republican once in my life, and that was for Reagan. And Josie, I agree with you that he was one of the worst presidents prior to Bush and Trump. He was the first one to give us triple-digit deficits, $1 trillion deficits, and it's been going worse ever since. But honestly, I will probably vote for Harris, but on a national level,
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably vote for a lot of Republicans just because I'm 61 years old. From the history that I know of, that I've seen, Republican or Democratic president, regardless, Americans are better off when the government is able to do less.
But the Republicans wanted to do everything. Wait, you had me and then you lost me right at the end there. Remember, you talked about Reagan. Reagan was the biggest government guy that existed, right? Reagan said that the military shouldn't be a budgetary item, right? They just let it go as big as wanted. Reagan was the one that was trying to legislate against like people in their own families, right? And trying to be more on top of people. Like you've heard the phrase that Republicans want the government small enough to fit in your bedroom. You've heard that, right?
No, I haven't heard that, but that's pretty good.
They
Yeah,
want it
right.
small enough so it'll fit in your vagina. They want to be able to tell you how to control things. You completely lost me, Guy, because Josie just spent all this time explaining political capital and getting people elected with a mandate, and then you're like, oh, I'll probably vote for Republicans, essentially because that will stall progress. Why would you vote to stall the very progress that you're trying to make?
Well, just from my own personal observations, citizens, especially lower income citizens, do better when
that's not true.
We have
That's not true. That's not true. So first of all, nobody, including you guys, should be trusting your personal experience when there's actual data on what the facts are. And the facts are Republicans blow up the deficit and then Democrats come in and fix it. And then right after they get it fixed, the Republicans get elected again and blow it up again. And income, actual real working income is better under Biden than it was under Trump. And apart from the problems that COVID started, every single, like Harris's policies are going to lower taxes on all lower and middle income people, and nobody under 400,000 is going to pay any more, whereas Trump's going to give breaks to his billionaire friends, and then he's going to put tariffs on stuff that make everybody's costs go up. And so tell me how poor people are going to do better under Trump when they're paying more taxes and prices are going to go up. He's going to blow up the deficit and inflation's going to go up. That's what 24 Nobel laureates in economics are saying, is that his plan is worse for America. And yet you're like, well, I think if I vote for her and then I vote for some Republicans, that'll keep them from doing anything. But even if you were right, all that would do was preserve the status quo for a very short period of time, because we live in a dynamic universe. And as things change, they keep changing. You cannot grab the United States and make it static. It is moving. Only one of the two candidates is actually implementing things that are going to seriously benefit poor people. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. It is absolutely not enough. But pretending, well, I'm not going to say pretending. I get that your personal experience is that when the government is unable to do stuff, we're better off. But you're just wrong.
Yeah. So, Guy, I just want to mention this as well, because because we talked about Reagan, right? And I was just joking with Matt right before this call about how I used to play a game that everything that's wrong with America right now is directly linked to Reagan. And, Reagan was the one that instilled in the political process this trickle-down economics theory. It went into Bush Sr., and then Clinton didn't really do much with it. He kind of just carried it forward. He didn't raise the corporate taxes, because if you remember, corporate taxes were like way up there, like in the 80%, 70%. And then Reagan dropped it down to 26% in his second term. And it was like such a table flip. And things like that take a long time to start going back to that level. So when you're looking at the way everything was propagated, you also have to look at how Reagan also affected the unions, and the unions were very good for working class people. Wages were going up steadily decade after decade because of the union power, but Reagan broke the unions, and then the jobs started going overseas. Well, guess what? When those jobs go overseas, it's really hard to bring them back. And then what we've seen is, we saw the dot-com bubble, we saw the housing bubbles, we saw all of those things. So when you have these policies that are carried forward and that you let them carry forward at a slow pace, then they start blossoming into the world that we have right now. So when we are looking at like my generation, right, where I'm 30, 38, and Matt's showing some statistics on the screen here, but I'm 38 years old. My adult life has been a post Reagan economy, and I'm in student debt. I don't own a home. Everything costs way more, and all of that is attributed to the steps that Reagan took that is now we're trying to fight against. So I don't want to reward the Republicans with more decades of power. You said Bush also had a decade of power too. So, and then you gave Trump 4 years. So out of all that time since Reagan, if you count Reagan's 8 years, your Bush's 12 years, then you have 8 years with, you have 16 years of Democrats between Trump, and so that's another 4. So we have had decades of Republicans, and our economy hasn't gotten better. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So like Republicans have done our generation no favors.
I'll never vote Republican again.
Okay, great. You said you were going to vote Republicans, and I was just like, wait, what's going on right now? I lost you for a second, guy. Yeah. Well,
down ticket is still important, guy. You can't say I'll never vote Republican again and say I'm just going to do a down ticket in order to stall progress. Okay, I give up.
Yeah, local politics is its own beast. But guy, think about it this way: if you vote Republicans down ticket, who are going to be the future leaders of the Republican Party? The winners of those down ticket races. You're building a bench for the future leaders of the Republicans. And that to me makes me nervous, right? I think we need strong leadership.
Okay.
Does that make, yeah.
All right.
I think about that.
I gotta say that is the best argument I've heard and absolutely, utterly convinced me there.
Yeah.
I
thank you.
Didn't think of that.
Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that. Great. Well, Guy, thank you so much for this call. Back. Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you guys. It's nice to have my thinking checked, because I know sometimes my thinking suffers.
Yeah, we all need it.
All right. You did one good thing, which is you reached out to somebody else and you listened. And by the way, Josie and I are plenty capable of being wrong. We're not.
Yes.
But you should absolutely, anything that we gave you that was factual data, that wasn't just opinion, feel free to go research it and check it out. I had a bunch of graphics. I put a couple of them up real quick to basically show that, real spending power is higher under Biden than it's been under any president in the history of the United States. The economy isn't as bad as the perception of the economy is. And it's because it takes a while for things to change. So, for example, at the beginning of COVID, there were some people who were going to be stuck at home, and some of them heard about ball pythons and the ball python market. And they're like, ooh, I could breed snakes at home and get rich. Now, none of that's true, but they decided to invest at the beginning of COVID because it was something they could do at home. And so a bunch of them went out and bought some rather expensive at the time snakes. And over the next couple of years, they raised them up. And then the economy got worse because we were still trying to recover from a global pandemic. And that caused a bunch of them to sell off parts of their collection. I then bought some of those collections. And so now I'm benefiting from all the time and effort that some of them put into it, but we're not getting rich off anything. And so if you understand how the economy's going, first of all, now would be a great time to invest in McDonald's, because we can be pretty confident that McDonald's stock is going to go back up, even though it dipped sharply the other day. Similarly, on a bunch of these subjects, in the same way it took a while for people to really notice the financial impact of shutting the world down, it's going to take a while for some people to see the impact of putting the world back together, which is why gas prices are now returning to roughly what they were in 2019, plus or minus a dime or two, depending on where you're at. And how wild is it that we can do plus or minus a dime? But the spending power is better under Biden. All of these things are gradually improving, but it's going to take a while before people build up the sort of nest egg that they burned through to where they feel like the economy's better. We have got to teach people to stop going just by how they feel and evaluating if their perception is consistent with what the market's actually doing. Because the stock market's at an all-time high, but that doesn't really tell you what's going on in the grocery store with prices or with, lower income people. I'm not invested in the stock market. Ooh, it'd be nice. But it takes time, and people need to realize that the mentality of, oh, I could survive another 4 years of Trump might be true for them and false for almost everybody else. But what can't survive Trump is the presidency and democracy, given what he's factually stated to do. And I know you're not going for Trump, so I will end the sermon there,
Yes.
Guy, but thanks for calling.
Thanks, Guy. I appreciate you.
Okay. One thing that I think people aren't pointing out enough about Trump's little Harris tirade with the pointing guns, he actually said she should have 9 guns pointed at her firing.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm aware.
Did.
Yes. Yeah, but it always gets brought down to, he said that they should have guns pointing at her.
Yeah.
Well,
No, he said they should be firing at her.
He also started that entire thing with the word let's.
Yeah.
And first of all, Trump's an idiot. So I don't think that, I think that in any sense where he's suggesting this is what he and his supporters should do, it's incidental. I genuinely don't think he was probably not knowingly putting out a hit on Liz Cheney. He's probably speaking with the sort of hyperbolic rhetoric that some other callers wanted to dismiss. The problem is we already know that Trump supporters, some of them, are basically in a cult and are going to take anything that he says. When he says, Proud Boys stand back and stand by, no matter what he meant, no matter what he meant by that, people take it a certain way. And when he says, let's put her with guns pointed, let's put her in a position where she's got guns pointed at her, somebody out there is going to say, yeah, let's. And then they're going to go. And at this point, I'm not the smartest person on the planet, but I do all right. Anybody who doesn't understand that when you say something like that, and you're in a position like he is, there are consequences to that. And if he doesn't know that those are consequences, he's too stupid for the job. And if he does know, he's too evil for the job. Either way, we need to make a change and take the garbage out on Tuesday.
That's right.
Well, yeah, Trump should have had a lifetime prison sentence long before he ever ran for president.
Yep.
All right, Guy,
All right,
I appreciate
Guy.
the call. We got to get to super chats. Thank you so much for calling in. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I have closed down. I have to, I've waited so long over here with this list of super chats that I need to redo the queue. So I've got it. You want to go first or second?
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and go since you asked. $5 from Sheridan Barsconi. Who's going to vote for someone who's threatened Liz Cheney with a firing squad and he blew a mic? Oh, yeah. Did you see that video yet, Matt? You see that video?
I did see that video. Evidently, at one of Trump's rallies, I'm going to do my Trump impersonation because I can't do the voice the way Jimmy does. But since so many people are like, you're gay, homie, or ball licker, or whatever else they decide to do, I'm going to do my other Trump impression. So at the rally, there was a problem with his mic, and he's holding the mic off to the side, and then he's got a mic stand in front of him, and he does this.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw Randy Rainbow comment about it, and I was like, I can't wait for him to be including that in his next song. But
yeah,
thank you so much, Cher. $10 from LA Silver Surfers. See how easy this is? I got that one done faster than you've ever done one.
Easy. $20 from Skeptalk. Right now, the numbers are leaning red, but amongst early votes, over 40% of the vote is amongst 65 plus, which tend to lean right, plus party registration, party vote. Also, younger voters tend to vote the day of. A little bit. Like, I'll tell you this. Don't read early voting tree leaves. It's not worth it. It just gives you nausea and is not even worth thinking about it. Like, so don't pay any mind to early vote speculation. It's just not worth it. Just wait till the day of the election. It's good to see voter turnout. Voter turnout up is good. I think that's interesting that most of those votes are also women. I think that's also interesting as well. But there's no way to be able to get any lean win or lose on early vote totals.
I'm going to, Arden, if you can put me up full screen for just a second. I know we're in the midst of the super chats, but I want to make sure I show this. There's a lot of different websites that are doing this, but this is an aggregator of a number of different election sources for forecasts and everything else. I bring this up in part because no matter, I've watched people who are incredibly confident that, oh, this is going to be a blowout for Kamala, this is going to be a blowout for Trump. These things are updated regularly. This is actually the best it's been in the past 3 days that I've seen. So right now, it has just shifted to 0.5% leaning Harris of the aggregate of these election forecasts that you see right here. So 270 to wins got it at 1.6. The Economist got it 4.5 for Harris. 538, though, still has it as 1% leaning Trump, or pretty much a dead heat. The Hill has it as 6% Trump, which is just wild. JHK has 2.4% towards Kamala, then race to the White House, etc. However, these other things are prediction markets, and then on the further right is bookmakers. Then you can go to the actual Electoral College assessment, not just the popular vote. And this is now a 1.29 electoral point advantage. This is an aggregate of a bunch of them. There are, like for race to the White House, as much as 10 and a half points. They're saying that Kamala's going to get 274.3 electoral votes. This is why Josie's 318 electoral votes is well worth me tattooing her name on my ass.
319.
Yeah, but I'm gonna give it to you if you get to 318.
Yeah,
like
that's fair.
You say 319, but I'll give it to you 318. Then there's also, and there are plenty of sites like this. and you can go in and say, oh, look, what's 538's map look like? And you can see, oh, wait, they're still putting these in possibles. But 538 has Trump with 287 electoral votes.
But they still have them lean purple. But they have them lean purple. So my 219 is still on that map.
Yeah, I'm not
my
remotely
319. My
319.
My 319 is still on that map. You have all Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Oh wait, Wisconsin they have red. That's interesting.
Yeah, I just picked this one at random. This is 538. If you go to 270, it looks like this. But the point is, there's a bunch of different ones, and you can look in and you can see how confident some of them are. I am not remotely saying that any of these sources that are there being aggregated or the aggregator itself are good sources, reliable sources. I'm not saying anything about any of that. I'm just saying for the people who are, oh, this is going to be a blowout, that are trusting early voting numbers or they're trusting poll numbers, there are polls that are all over the place. And this is why I said at the beginning, if we come to the conclusion that the polls are untrustworthy or unreliable, then that's the conclusion that we've got to stick with. And at the end of the day, we don't elect a president based on the polls, we vote.
Right.
And that's going to happen Tuesday. So if you're going to sit around and get complacent that there's nothing left for you to do, pick the poll that looks the worst to you and do something about it.
Yeah, and I'll let you know right now, with all those maps, all those purple maps are all going to come down to what? A field margin. And what do I know? The field on the Harris campaign is actually worth a damn. So if we flip them all because of a field margin, well, there you go. You're getting a tattoo.
So you and I have a gazillion T1 super chats. I'll be happy to get the tattoo, but we got to get cranking. So for now, $20 for Skeptoidius. Right now, the numbers are leaning red, but amongst early voters, over 40% of the vote is among 65 plus, which tends to lean right. Plus party registration, party vote. Also, younger voters tend to vote the day of. Oh,
Skeptoidius got it twice, but I guess he got his money worth.
There you go. That's $20. I'll read it twice for $20. $5 from Kai. At Matt, why are you looking at the polls over early voting? I'm not just looking at the polls over early voting. Many swing states have a majority of their votes in, and women are dominating men. Thoughts? I don't have thoughts until the election.
Early voting is not worth getting stressed out or trying to make predictions on. It's just another data point to help know that things are going to be close.
This is one of the things where I'm not fond of. I mean, the people are quoting me, what's his name? I've forgotten his name, Lichtern or something like that. The guy that's called Nine of the Last 10.
Yeah.
He's very proud of his formula. Here's the problem. The world has fundamentally changed. The internet has changed things. Access to information and misinformation has changed things. And in 2016, we elected Trump, and that has changed things. The amount of conspiracy theory thinking that there is, the number of people who are likely to answer a phone call about polls, who's going to answer, where are the polls? I don't trust the polling information or their methods, because I think the methods that some polls are using have been outdated for almost 20 years.
And also outdated since the pandemic because people migrated.
Yeah. Things changed. And this, I was going to say Tuesday night we'll find out, but we may not find out Tuesday night. If Josie's right, we'll definitely find out. But, there's no way she gets to 319 and you don't find out Tuesday night, I think. But anyway.
Yeah. $10 from Daily Ship. Daily Ship, sorry. Shippy. Terrible with names. I am so ashamed of my dad. He voted for Trump because he's only votes for who he thinks will win. I find myself trying to explain how privileged he is. He doesn't want to listen. How do I not scream? Yeah, that's kind of interesting. That's an interesting voting pattern for a voter.
I only vote for the person I think is going to win. Yeah, but what if your thoughts about how many times have you been wrong?
I know.
That's the line to ask. Oh, you only vote for who you think wins. Okay, let's look at your voting record and compare it to who actually won. If he's
that's
been
a good way to do
consistently
it.
right, yeah. If you can show him how that is not a good system, he's actually wrong, but also he's not doing anything to change anything. That might be helpful. But since you said voted in the past tense, it's probably too late, and you should just.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to have to. Half the nation's going to have to drink a gallon of copium over the next couple weeks. $5 from Arpy. Long time, first time. My partner and I cast our ballots today. Get out and make your voices heard. Thank you at Carla J and at Rianne B for voting too. Awesome. Thank you so much for your support.
$5 from Cedar and Sound Studios. I vote Jackie off the island again.
If this year
Jackie.
for Survivor, we all got assigned, or for this season Survivor, we all got assigned at different teams, like a fantasy football team, and I hated one of the people on my team so much that I can't wait for that person to no longer be on there. I don't care if I lose; it's worth me losing to get that person off the island. $5 from Cedar and Sound Studios. Jackie watched all the Mission Impossible versions of Disguises and thought, "Nah, I got this." That's funny.
$5 from Weston Campbell. Abraham Lincoln would call Hannah Jackie a liar. Twitch joke reference. Here's some cash to keep the calls coming. Sending compassion from Oklahoma. Yes, compassion to you if you're in Oklahoma.
and Weston did it twice. So just in case it wasn't Jackie, here's $5 more as an apology. If not, more cash for you. Sweet.
Yay. Thank you. $5 from Cedar and Sound Studios. What do you call it when Jackie slips and falls on his own fallacies here, where he points to other experts, a appeal to authority? I don't know if Jackie is femme or not.
Nice.
So yeah.
No, Jackie's the guy. He's just being a bigot and using our sympathy to trans people to get around a ban.
That's been the history with it.
Well, then I must have broke through with the whole philosophy thing. I don't know. It sounded like for a moment there was like a moment of clarity in that conversation, but maybe that's all in my head.
The issue with Hannah is that she comes in, and if I'm going to be as charitable as possible to someone who's demonstrably been dishonest, including lying about their identity in order to get around a ban, they seem very much like someone who, I just read something that's impressive, and I don't know enough to be able to evaluate if it should be impressive or if it's likely to be true, and so I'm just going to go with it, and then I'm going to call in as if I'm a co-host and go head to head on this because I think that I understand this issue better than somebody else. Well, congratulations. You definitely know parts of that issue better than I do, because I didn't know who the hell Nick was. But it's like next week someone will convince her of something else. And the week after that, somebody will convince her of something else. And so if that's what you're doing, if you just float through life, whichever way the strongest wind blows you, you are not the master of your destiny. You are not steering the ship. And the only thing that you could say that should appeal to people is, I'm flailing, please help me. Everything other than that, when your brain is adrift, is a distraction from the fact that you need to get back to learning the facts of reality.
One of the things that shook me when I was in college, and I'll be quick with this, was when somebody came up to me and is like, you do know that the infant mortality rate in America is like horribly low for an industrialized country. And I'm like, no, it's not. Whatever. That's a lie. And then I went and looked it up and I was humiliated on how wrong I was. And it's like, you need those moments of like, oh, wait a minute, it's awful. Anyways, $4 from Carly J. I owe Matt This is something I forgot. Why? Hashtag Team Josie. Thank you. I'm winning now.
So I'm pretty sure that Carla's contribution there, and thank you so much, is because last night, Forrest in, was it Austin?
Yeah.
Max called in.
I think so.
And despite the fact that I wasn't on the show, I made it clear that Max will not be allowed to call any show that I'm hosting when I'm on. If other people want to take Max's call, I don't get to take. And if Max would have called tonight and Josie would have said, "Oh, I definitely want to talk to Max," I would not have stopped that. I just have no interest in talking to Max. And so I was like, for the people who are sick to death of Max, you can thank me with supers, and that's Carla and some others doing it. So thank you so much. $10 from Trayton. My mom is pro-Trump. She keeps sending stuff talking bad about Kamala and says Democrats are the evil ones. How do I talk to her? She's very religious and doesn't care about LGBT or abortion rights. Well, if she, okay. Then what I would do is say that Trump's policies favor billionaires and will increase the financial burden on lower and middle income class or people. And Harris's policies will tax billionaires, increase the tax on billionaires, and will decrease the tax burden, the financial burden for lower and middle income people. And that the Republicans have consistently blown up the deficit, and then the Democrats come in and fix it. And only Clinton's the only person to balance the budget and get us at an actual surplus. And it's frustrating to me that the Democrats have to keep struggling, trying to get back to that. And to be fair, it wasn't just Clinton's doing. Clinton benefited from a massive technology boom, and everybody's getting personal computers all over the place, and the industry was just nuts. But he still managed to have the policies that balance the budget and put us on track. And then Republicans blew it again. At the end of the day, I get irritated by people who are trying to be like, oh, Jesus was a hippie socialist who would have agreed with the left. No, he wasn't, to the extent that he existed at all. He ran the money changers out of the temple, not because he was opposed to usury, although the Bible is opposed to usury, but because it was taking place in the temple. He also was a fan of the render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. And Paul points out that all of your leaders are appointed by God. And so that means if Trump gets elected, that's what God wanted. And if Harris gets elected, that's what God wanted. I would talk to your mom and say, you may not care about certain issues, but I do. And there are people who desperately need protection because Trump has been open that he's going to start using the military against dissidents and people who disagree with him, shutting down free press, that he's going to be a dictator on day one. He tried to get his vice president killed. He tried to overthrow the last election. And I know if your mom's getting the bad information, she's probably going to get all the false information about voter fraud. You can show her that in all the court cases, she ain't got to take your word for it. In every one of the court cases, Trump claims he still has evidence that hasn't been presented. How the hell can he have evidence of voter fraud that he didn't bother to present in any of the cases that he lost everywhere? It's just not a part of reality. And at a minimum, he needs to be punished for being an absolute liar to the American people by making sure that he is not given the chance to do it again. That's the best I got. Josie, have you got a tip for talking to mom or?
Just really quick, the idea of like evil. My stepfather, he said that the reason he didn't vote for Hillary was because she was evil. It's the idea of how can you judge what is evil? And at that point, it's like it's just a subjective term. Like politics shouldn't be good and evil. Politics should just be good governance. And I do like Matt's example of like, well, was Obama appointed by God? Was, if you want to play that game, I think that might be something that's useful. So you should maybe play the hypothetical, because she's probably not going to vote for Harris and thinks that Democrats are evil. But if Harris wins, will you be like, okay, what do you think about God letting Harris win if she's so evil? Right? Like, does that mean? So I would play that hypothetical game, but it's hard when people when people use word evil, it's really hard to convince people otherwise.
I just opened my Bible app. I think it's 1 Thessalonians 3:10. No, it's not. All right.
I can't remember.
No, I was thinking of a different verse. It's 2 Thessalonians 3:10 that is this verse that says, he who doesn't work shouldn't eat. And while that is certainly consistent with some aspects of socialism, it started a conversation that has nothing to do with Trayton's thing. So my apologies for the distraction.
Yeah, for sure.
$5 from Winston Campbell. Here's more money for Jackie's call. I wonder what they'll call in as next. I'll be sure to listen to donate this and my tithing. Thank you so much.
Thanks. $5 from making in. You know how politically stupid I used to be. I once voted for Bob Barr. Oh wow. Wow, Bob Barr was a presidential candidate? I don't know.
Well,
that's interesting.
He didn't say he voted for him for president, but
that's fair.
I mean, you might have just voted for him as a representative.
Okay.
All right. But we've all made mistakes. The bigger thing is whether or not you stay mired in those mistakes or you find a path out.
Yep.
$20 from Laura Duarte. I hope. I just want to remind my fellow New York City voters to flip their ballots over and vote yes on Proposition 1 to put abortion access in the state constitution, and no on number 2 through 6 because they weaken checks and balances. I don't know the specific ballot initiatives in New York City, but I already trust Laura more than I trust half the people who called tonight. So
yeah,
definitely look it up and see what those positions are and which ones you feel you should support. There are great voter guides done by newspapers and magazines all across the country. Here we have the Austin American Statesman. I tend to look at their voter guide for elections. I didn't this time because my lovely partner down at the end of the hall had already looked up the details on that, and we had discussed them so that I didn't have to go read it myself. And so when I went in and I looked at the ballot initiatives that were on there, they were exactly as Arden represented to me, and so it was much easier. But when papers like the Washington Post decide that they're not going to endorse a candidate because their billionaire owner is afraid of the consequences of doing so, if I almost went and created a Washington Post account just so I could delete it, just so it'd be another one. They lost 200,000 subscribers on Monday because of that. And I'll tell you, you want to know one of the things I feel most guilty about is that this was done basically by Jeff Bezos. And I have not canceled my Amazon Prime subscription, and I don't currently plan to, but I'm seriously considering it. And the excuse that I've been using is that I get a lot of benefit from it. And I have friends and people I know who are employed at Amazon. And it's just a rationalization. The truth is Bezos, like
it's hard.
Every other, I love Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban might be the least evil of all billionaires, but the
all
mere existence of billionaires
shouldn't exist. Billionaires shouldn't exist.
You know what? I think if you took Mark down to 999 billion and said you're just capped there, I think Mark could be just fine. Or 999 million. I think Mark could be just fine.
I think he would be. $5 for Monkey a Typewriter. I voted. I phone banked. I flipped off a Trumper this morning. I've slammed my head into my desk somewhere in the triple digits. Any other advice? Were you on one of the phone banks when I was on? Maybe I was. Was there a stealth the little monkey at typewriter while making phone bank calls today? Well, thank you for making phone calls. Do it some more. There's still plenty of time. There's plenty of time to hit your desk, hit your head on the desk, and make more phone calls. Get
Thanks,
that.
Monkey. $5
Get
from
Matt as tattooed.
That's right. I don't have any other tattoos on my buttocks. I only have
There you go.
one, 2, 3. I only have 4 tattoos. And once upon a time, I was planning to be covered. But tattoos are expensive, and I found other things I like to spend my money on. Right now, it's healthcare. Actually, I don't like spending the money on health. I paid my monthly healthcare fee. By the way,
too real.
For me, my monthly healthcare bill, just for the healthcare coverage, not for prescriptions or anything, just for the coverage, I paid today for the month is $942. That's what I pay every month out of pocket, because I don't have a standard job where the employer provides health care, because I had to go through the marketplace and everything else. I've had triple bypass, I'm diabetic, and even though I can't be turned down for those pre-existing conditions, it seems that some of them factor in, because I paid $942 and like 70 some odd cents a day, and I do that every month. But
that's awful. I'm so sorry.
I agree. The thing is, I probably need to go do some paperwork, because I literally live 5 minutes from a VA hospital, and I'm pretty sure that if I got some paperwork done, I would be eligible to shift over to that.
You better do that like ASAP, because you know that Trump wants to stop that. You know that part of Trump's, Project 2025 plan is that if you don't enroll in the VA within 10 years of the time you got out, then you lose your benefits forever.
Well, I didn't know that, so we'll go. I used my VA benefits to get this house, to be able to do it without a down payment. So that was the extent
but you
of
have to be for healthcare, though. I think that's what you have to do. So you better do it.
How wild is that? Because I'm a veteran, and if, let's say, YouTube and Patreon stopped being a thing, I would not only be broke tomorrow, I would be bankrupt tomorrow. And one of the first things that would need to happen is I'd have to go to the VA and say, hey, I'm a veteran who can no longer afford to pay healthcare elsewhere. I need to get it here. And if Trump said, how could you possibly ever turn down a veteran?
Yeah. Well, Trump doesn't care about us.
Yeah. Fuck us. All right. $5 from David Adams. Hashtag Pluto 2024. Make Pluto planet again. Make Pluto planet again. We wear giant fish bowls, not red hats. Just in case, because somebody made a comment about Pluto was a moon. If I misspoke earlier and said anything about Pluto being a moon, obviously I was talking about planet versus dwarf planet.
I don't think you said moon. $5 from Skeptodius. I will be starting a food truck, Morning Star Pizza, $8 a plate, slice of homemade pizza plus side plus drink. I've been perfecting my recipe for years. All right, let's do it.
$8 a plate sounds like a steal.
It really does. You should really get that going. 50 grand in tax credits.
Pizza, side, and a drink for $8. I think I know a place downtown where slices of pizza are already $6 or $7 on the street. Good luck to you. And if you're joking, still good luck to you. $10 from, I'm going to do this one. $10 from Mr. Boricua. Plenty of dishonesty tonight, especially Mike in Alabama. Jesus Christmas, holding their feet to the fire. Give them L, mate. Michael's New York call was fairly pleasant. Came from an earnest place. Good stuff. Thank you so much. And I agree.
Yeah.
And while I haven't had to practice rolling my R's since I took Spanish in high school, I'm trying to get better at it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Oh, gracias, señor Boricua.
$5 from Makia Typewriter. How are you guys playing respectability politics with a guy who shits on vets?
This clearly
America
came in
first.
before I lost my shit.
Yeah, America first, but I'm supporting private bone spurs. The fuck is that, right? Oh,
Exactly. Clearly, I didn't see Monkey's super chat in time, but I clearly lost my shit. Oh, I need to make sure. Go ahead and read this one too, because the super chat queue blew up while I wasn't looking, so I'm gonna have to refresh and change page.
$5 from Carla J. My father lost most of his hearing due to his service in World War II. He's not a sucker or a loser. Us or US. Yep.
Cool. There we go. That's it. $5 in Twisted Mind 625. Siempre fi from Oif Marine. Semper Fi. Yeah, but that's not how you. That's not how you. Well, all right. Why don't we attack the Hitler point from the perspective that Hitler wasn't born with mills of death on his hand? I'm so lost.
I'm lost with that one too. I was born with mills of death on his hands. Why didn't we attack Hitler?
Yeah, that's actually wrong. So Semper Fi doesn't have that first I in it. And that's what threw me off. Plus, I was never a Marine.
That's true. I wasn't either.
One of my all-time favorite jokes, and by the way, this version exists for every branch of the martial arts. So, a sailor and a Marine. Military. Sorry. Wow, thank you. Some version of this joke exists for every branch of the military. Sailor and Marine are in the bathroom, standing at a urinal, peeing. I'm going to skip the joke about whether or not the water is cold or deep. And so they get done, and the sailor just starts walking right out of the room, and the Marine gets done and walks over towards the sink and goes, in the Marine Corps, they teach us to wash our hands after we piss. And the sailor says, in the Navy, they teach us not to piss on our hands.
Oh my goodness. It's okay. The Navy pays the Marines. I mean, it's what does the Marines' paycheck say? Yeah, exactly. Like, what does the Marine paycheck say? The Department of U.S. Navy.
That's right. I love Marines. I mean, kudos to, by the way, huge thank you. Huge thank you to anybody who served. And by the way, while I will go on a rant about my 8.5 years and, being a veteran for war and everything else, let me tell you that my military experience was ridiculously easy. And for me, the Gulf War consisted of sitting on an aircraft carrier with 5,500 to 6,000 other people. And all I did was watch planes take off with bombs for 3 days. They would fly out and come back in a loop nonstop for 3 days. And then my part of the Gulf War was pretty much over, other than sitting out there floating. Mad respect to people in all branches of the armed service that had to deal with and do so much more. I was actually more at risk in an op to Haiti than I was during the entire Gulf War.
Interesting. I was one of the nukes on one of those carriers, providing the steam demand for those ships to take off.
That's a fact.
Those planes to take off. Yep. Those catapults, launching them. It's funny. We both had carrier jobs. It's interesting. You knew I was a nuke, right?
Yeah, I was a nuke, but I let's say involuntarily left the program about halfway through Power School.
Power School's a bitch.
Well, no, it was I had no problem with that. I overslept. I was on mandatory PT and overslept, and they dropped me immediately. I didn't get act dropped or anything else. And then I spent the rest of my time as a bosun's mate and fucking loved it. And every one of my nuke friends was I was better off than all them, because I was in E5 running First Division pretty much by myself with no divo, and it was the Department 3M coordinator. And then all the guys I went to nuke school with, they came to the ship as E6s, but they're standing the worst watches down there in the reactor room.
It's the worst.
I had my own office with a hammock and smoked 4 packs a day, which I don't recommend, but life was okay. Anyway, Enough stories. $5 for a monkey at
Yes.
typewriter. I don't know. Maybe we should try private fire departments. What's the worst thing that could happen? You think Chicago's going to burn down?
According to the Republicans,
point.
all the major cities are burned down already. $10 from Mr. Zoltak. I am an Army veteran and currently doing contracting for the DoD/Navy. I don't think Trump is a POS for saying what he did. Oh, I do. Good. Thank you for that. I do think Trump is a POS for saying what he did about veterans. I can't understand why anyone would excuse that. Agreed. Thank you for your service, Ben.
Going through these a little quick because you guys are putting them in so fast that they're scrolling off the page and I got to keep up.
Yeah.
So thank you. Extra. $10 from Rob P. Tom's right. The first Reform Party candidate after Perot, candidate after Perot got 5% was white supremacist Pat Buchanan, who couldn't even scrape 1%. Ran off Jesse Ventura, who gave the party legitimacy. Although in hindsight, Jesse Ventura should not be a hallmark for legitimacy anywhere ever. But
yeah, agreed. $10 from Brett Warren. Trump just said he is going to have either government or insurance required to pay IVF costs. We need more babies.
I take it he said that tonight.
Maybe. Wow. I don't know. He does say he's the father of IVF now, which is so
I want to see the paternity test for that claim.
I know. I mean, Elon Musk is just offering his sperm to other millionaires now.
How fucking creepy is that?
Ew! Could you imagine?
I'll give you my
sperm. Ew! It makes me.
He offered it to Taylor Swift, and now he's offered it to. There's a Green Party.
The vice president. No, the vice president that ran with RFK's ticket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I get to do this again. $5 from Mr. Boricua. And Guy just had to go on and ruin it. That self-contradiction threw me for a loop. I wonder what possessed him to make such a jarring turn. To be fair, yes, I spent a lot of time with my head in my hands and my head on my desk as soon as Guy got to that point. Because the only thing that was going through my head is, Guy seems like a good person. What possible line of thought could get someone to go from, I'm going to do this up ticket and this down ticket in order to intentionally create drag, in order to intentionally create conflict,
political drag,
all progress.
But hey,
it's like I really like you all. I really like you all, and I'm going to vote for Kamala, but just to make sure she doesn't do too much, I'm going to put 12 clowns in the car with her so that it slows her down a little bit.
But Guy got there, though, and Guy's the fits.
and, you know, we live in a country where Marjorie Taylor Greene is an elected representative of the people.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more of a hindrance to progress we need than people who I wonder if they can tie their shoes. That's the level of some of this is, you know, anyway, I got to keep going. $20 from Sal Willis. Oh, sorry. This was yours.
$20 from Sal Willis. Josie, I just wanted to correct you. It's 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon, not 40. Thank you. If that means you're 6 degrees from anyone, including Jeff Goldblum. So think higher of yourself, girl. Thank you. At the line for everything. Thank you, Sal, for I did say 40 twice. I did. That's funny. All right. Thank you.
I remember when that got started, and my bacon numbers to various people were pretty high. And now my bacon number's really low. And my bacon number for a number of people is pretty low, only because I'm, you know, a rapscallion.
I think it's the other way around for me. I used to have really good numbers. Now it's harder for me. I don't know. I've forgotten it all.
$5 to Joshua Everett. Wow, I served with somebody named Everett, and that brought back memories because I was telling Navy stories. I have a problem with younger leftists. They tend to treat slogans as absolutes. ACAB is meant to make a point, not to be a truth about reality. Oh, don't get me started.
Yeah.
The system is broken, and there needs to be an overhaul of police forces. There needs to be an overhaul of just civil servants in general, so that we don't send an untrained young person with a gun to a domestic disturbance if that's not actually what's needed, if counseling is needed. And so these broad statements like all cops are bastards irritate the crap out of me, because let me tell you, and I had it out with some people who were here in chat, the most prevalent usage of all cops are bastards includes the military. This is a gross oversimplification of the world to just suggest that all of us who served are bastards, not personally, but because we support the system. When in reality, while the system is broken and corrupt and the system needs to be repaired, the system's the reason we have a country. And the system is the reason that you get to say all cops are bastards. And I get to repeatedly defend your right to say it, no matter how stupid it might sound. There's probably a better way, although maybe it's the case that ACAB is the most effective way to push for change. I'm not convinced of that, but maybe it is. But it's going to frustrate and piss me off over and over again because it's incredibly disrespectful to people who I know to be good.
Yeah, and also, I also want to also push back that it's not with just younger leftists. It's the fact that there's a lot of older adults as well that hear defund the police and don't realize that it's a slogan and a point of like where it's like Black Lives Matter. I also see just people just taking political sloganeering to its most nth degree possible all the time, and it just drives me bonkers because it's just how movements and slogans happen, and it's not like it's new, and it's really frustrating. It's like, be more receptive to the fact that things have multiple meanings and can mean different things, and isn't so literal.
Yep. That said, most of what people are objecting to when they say ACAB, I agree with. Most of what they're talking about, I'm in agreement. Why on earth would you oversimplify things and toss out people who would be allies for a cause? It's like saying, cis people are, pieces of shit. Some of them are.
Yeah.
But if you generalize like that, you're going to cut off the chance at making progress on an issue.
Well, yeah, but then there's cases like, men are trash, but like any man but it's not all men. It's never been all men, right? And it's just like man or bear. Like, let's go back there, right? Like, it's like men get offended. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, if you are offended by this, then maybe you're the problem.
Hashtag not all whatever. Yes, we all know that. Nobody needs to do that. But there are people who are speaking in absolutes and in generalities. And it part of it is because we're talking past each other, but we have our little community. Like Josie and I, we haven't known each other anywhere near as long as I've known Arden or Jimmy or anybody else. But when you work together in something like this, there are phrases that become shorthand. And there are understandings that if I hear Josie misspeak or Josie hears me misspeak, there's an automatic charitability there of, ooh, let's correct that. Not, oh my God, my co-host is somehow a fucking idiot all of a sudden. And yet we are here on a live show where people are calling in, and that fundamentally changes the nature of some of the discussion with the people who are calling into the live show. So are we getting trolled by dishonest people? Yeah. Are we having some sincerely idiotic people and confused people and misinformed people? Yeah. How do you tell the difference between them? I don't. On occasion, some people are so bad at the lies that it becomes obvious. On occasion, people will hear like a voice and be like, oh, this is so-and-so calling in again. But as long as the call is furthering the goals of the show, then I'm genuinely not that worried if they're being sincere. I wish they were. And I don't want people calling in to be fake versions of a religion or fake versions of a political position. I don't need somebody to come in and be the T-ball. I'm not playing T-ball. I'm a pro. And I don't need you to come in and pretend to be something just like, oh man, Matt knocked that one out of the park. Yeah. I'm not looking for participation trophies. I'm looking for participation.
Yeah, exactly. Is this me or is this you?
Yeah.
Yes, me. $5 from Jason Jones. Matt, thank you for talking about Delta 8 a while back. I live where medical is legal, but my card lapsed. I gave Delta 8 a shot, Delta 10 a shot, and it's a 5 out of 5. Good. I'm glad you're getting what you need.
Yeah, here in Texas, technically medical marijuana is legal, but there's only one dispensary in the state, I believe, like somewhere up in Dallas.
The whole so they've made it small state of Texas.
Yeah, they made it incredibly difficult. But even if that was the case, I mean, yeah, you could get a prescription anywhere. But by the way, Kamala Harris has said that she plans to legalize marijuana nationwide.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah.
If you can't think of any other reason to vote for her and you like the devil's lettuce, there you go. But like if I go to Missouri, Missouri's legalized weed. I used to hate weed. Like genuinely did not like what it did to me. And for a while I didn't think it was doing much of anything, but evidently I was getting some bad stuff. But I don't like being high. And I definitely don't like being high around other people and people that I don't know. Like I'll never do the shows high or anything like that. Okay, I take that back. I will probably do a show high, but you will all know about it. It'll be like, all right, let me argue with half of my brain tied behind my back sort of thing. But I've told the story, so I'll keep it really brief. I went to a convention in a place where weed was legal. They gave me some gummies and I sat there and took questions back in a green room surrounded by people. And I don't remember any of it. And all the people there were like, oh man, you gave really good answers. So does that mean I was on autopilot or was I actually thinking? And in either case, I didn't get a benefit out of it because I don't remember it. I want to remember things and I want my brain to be working. I don't want to look like if I'm a babbling idiot in front of people, I want it to be because I was genuinely a babbling idiot, not because I was just high. But
yeah,
I will say that weed has in many ways saved my life, both in the sense that I suffer from diabetic neuropathy and nerve pain. And there was a period of time where I was getting about an hour and a half to 3 hours of sleep a night. And now I sleep pretty good. I'd say I get 5 to 7 hours of sleep. So let's just call it an average of 6 most nights. And for me, as somebody who was in the Navy, who, you take sleep wherever you can. That's a truckload of sleep.
Yeah, it is. I used to smoke a lot, but now I don't smoke at all anymore. I quit earlier this year. So it's like very, very, very minor. If I do, it's like, if
I was going to quit, I wouldn't quit before the election.
I chose the wrong year to
quit. The election.
I chose the wrong year to quit. Like,
I picked the wrong year to stop sniffing glue.
Yeah. But I've been sharp.
$5 for Monkey at Typewriter.
Okay.
All I'm saying is Trump's going to know exactly how far to go with his Cheney comments to maintain deniability and walked right up to the line. You're gay, homie. Yeah. And I can't give him enough credit to think that he's smart enough to know what he's doing because he genuinely doesn't care. He's talked about how he could, shoot somebody and get away with it. I think the answer to Trump is that it's not a strategy thing. If somebody told you a story and said, here's all the terrible things that Trump has done, none of us would believe it. Like, it's very easy if you're genuinely awful all the time to just say, there you go. Aren't these stories about me ridiculous? Can you believe this? Aren't these stories about me ridiculous? They're coming after me for this. They're coming after me for that. You know, I didn't even do anything wrong. It was a perfect call, but they're going to be, you know, blah, 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 blah. When you've done so much wrong, nobody can believe that you've done all of that wrong. And so they've got to figure out, oh, I've got to dismiss part of it. And then they just dismiss all of it. It can't be true. Yep. You're just a good guy that's under attack.
Just like the person who called in that was against Trump but still defended him.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't make sense.
It's just his way. Okay.
Yeah. It's his just rhetoric. $5. Yeah. $5 from One-Eyed Heathen. This is for you, PL. Perfect. A reaction to one caller who tried to excuse the firing squad comment. Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
Which we were just talking about. Thanks so much, One-Eyed Heathen.
Mm-hmm.
$5 from Empress Autumn. Josie, I see a Maryland flag in your background. Do I sense a fellow Maryland trans femme?
That's true. This is indeed a Maryland flag.
That's the flag of Maryland?
You know that? Yeah.
No,
Maryland flag.
I'm not keen on various flags, but I mean, it looks like a Mario Kart flag. Like, I don't believe that's real.
It looks like coat of arms. Like it's like something you'd see in a medieval castle, right?
Empress Autumn also said, I'm optimistic about the election after tonight's polls. I am glad that something about tonight's polls made you optimistic or more optimistic, but stop it. Be optimistic Tuesday afternoon.
Yes. Tuesday afternoon.
I'm with you though. $20.
$20 from W Eastern, Vote Blue. Yeah.
I was going to see if we could do it at the same time, but there's a delay.
We almost did it. It was so close.
It'll be interesting to hear how that comes across on there because I've talked about this before. There's a delay between us and the callers, but there's also a delay between me and Josie, and there's a delay between us and Arden. There's not much of a delay between me and Arden, because I can.
And there's not much of a delay between you and
me.
There's not much of a delay between you and I.
I get what's going out to. So like you guys were almost in sync, and that's what's going to go out to the audience. You were pretty close, but not quite on.
We were pretty close. Which is so close.
It's hard to. I'm trying to judge the delay a little bit more, but yeah, that's still there. Sweet. Thank you very much, W. Stern. Here you go.
$10 from Brett Warren. Today's Seltzer poll has Harris up by 3 points in Iowa. Oh, wait, is that Iowa? Yeah. That's huge. By the way, that is huge. That is actually huge. That Seltzer poll might be the thing that gives you the ass tattoo. Like I mean, Iowa might be the one that like surprises everybody and then puts me over the top. If
Iowa wasn't even a swing expectation for anybody.
Nope.
It wasn't. And right now, like if you go to 538, they've still got it called for Trump. Now, granted, it's only 6 electoral votes, but the shocking thing about it is that this was a deep red.
Yeah.
Like nobody saw this. That news, and by the way, thank you, Brett. That news, which Arden had already sent to me in a private message, is generally the thing that I've heard in the last week that's made me the most optimistic.
The Seltzer Iowa poll is probably one of the best polls that exists in the country when it comes to states, because Iowa is one of those states that just have to know how to poll since it's usually the presidentials go there. So it's like one of the best in the country when it comes to polling methodology. So
it's the best poll I've ever heard of right now.
Yeah. But it's like the most legitimate one in my opinion. $5 from Melatonin Ali. Josie, you're totally right. I literally have heartburn right now from looking at the polls. Had to take some Tums. Also, I love your shirt. So cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't need to wear the necklace because it's got a little tight little string.
Oh yeah, you got a little bone.
Nice. Yeah, it's nice.
Oh yeah. I had because of the medication I'm on, I have burping fits. I'm amazed that it hasn't dramatically impacted the show. Like I would have bet money by now there would be a good clip of me just like blah, 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 blah. But luckily it hasn't happened. But I had Arden pick me up some Pepto when she was out earlier.
Yeah.
Just because the other stuff I was using wasn't helping.
The guys at the Bulwark, which is one of the podcasts, like they're literally vomiting out of anxiety right now. Like, like straight up. They're just like, oh yeah, I just woke up this morning and just vomited for no reason. I was like, oh God.
I can't do that just out of like nerves and anxiety and stuff. But
neither can I.
$5 to Skeptoidius again. I agree with Josie about 319. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Honey, you might be going with me to get another tattoo if Josie's right. For two reasons. One, flipped conservative voters, and two, women and younger voters, mostly women though. I do though, and I appreciate the massive amount of super chats that are coming tonight, considering this is a Cause I Wanna, and Josie and I are both doing shows on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, and all this other time. But if in fact Josie is right, and that's 319, when I go off and get my ass tattooed, I didn't put any other conditions on it. Like if we raise $20,000, blah 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 blah. I would appreciate the people recognizing that I put my ass on the line, literally. And yeah, I'm just going to be happy if we aren't, like, if the apocalypse doesn't begin on Wednesday.
Oh my God. It still doesn't. The apocalypse can still happen even though we get 319. Let's not.
True. There are multiple different apocalypses.
Yes. Apocalypti, some would say.
They would be wrong, but yeah.
They would be wrong. $10 from J.R. Ward. Harris Falls 2024. Checking in from Oklahoma City. And just wanted to thank the line for all the stellar content. Thanks, Matt and Josie and Jimmy. Go fuck yourself.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Ward. I watched so my online friendly acquaintance, Simon Dan, who does wonderful work debunking flat earthers and other stuff, just got to, I think, 600,000 subscribers and did like a dawn to dusk kind of live stream thing. And along there, he went and did some fun things, including he's in the UK. He tried to pair up all of the state capitals in the United States with the actual states, and he did better than, well, I watched him do the same thing for Europe to kind of show that he knew Europe better. I think I might have done better in Europe than he did in the US, but only just barely. And Arden and I were sitting here watching it, and we're like, shout, he'd say the name of the state capital is like Trenton, and we'd be like, New Jersey. And then he clicked the wrong place. But
nice.
Love you, Dan. That was fun to watch.
Yeah. Sounds exciting. I love politics like this. It's just like, not like this where it's so close for Trump and virus, but I just love politics in general. And I love the predictions. I love all about it. I don't know. It's statism. $10 from Jan Urich. The presidents are chosen by God, but we allow people to vote. That means voting is prayer, and you're praying to God for who you want to win.
It's actually worse than that. It's actually worse than that, John. If all leaders are appointed by God, then you are just God's puppet voting the way God wants you to vote. You don't have any free will about your vote because God picked your vote already.
Yep.
Yeah.
Implanting the thoughts in your brain to make it so.
$5 from poor Claire. And let me just say, that's a lot of pink in the
I love it though.
In the avatar.
It's great.
It's like, is this a Barbie advertisement? Because I'm down. Should I volunteer for Harris campaign Kentucky? Should I volunteer for Harris campaign Kentucky Democratic Party or my county's Democratic Party? Yes.
Yeah, and also thanks for the team, Josie. Also, there is Emma Curtis, who is running for County Lexington county council, and she's probably going to win. So if you're in that area, go volunteer for her. She might be the first trans lawmaker in Kentucky ever. So that's super exciting. So yes, go volunteer. And
I'd like
Harris
to point
campaign is
out,
probably the easiest to do right away.
I'd like to point out that while I'm incredibly grateful to everybody for all that they've contributed, there are 3 super chats left. And so Josie has made an absolutely ridiculous prediction for the Electoral College. And I have literally put my ass and the integrity of my ass on the line. And yet I keep seeing this hashtag Team Josie stuff. And I have yet to see any hashtag Team Matt. I don't know what the hell is going on here. I mean, I guess we should have maybe done like a competition thing on this, where one of us would have had to debate and defend something for 2 minutes, like you guys do on Translating Colin Show. But there's not a single hashtag Team Matt. And you know what? I'm not convinced there's ever been a hashtag Team Matt.
Oh, I take that back. There was one to prove a point that when we were doing it, to prove a point that a third party vote doesn't count, because it was
it came in on TACIS.
It came in on TACIS. It was like just to show that third parties don't count. Hashtag Team Matt.
Nobody does hashtag Team Matt on the show that I'm actually on, though.
$5 from Dr. Diff. Please research mass psychosis and how totalitarianism regimes create it to control populations, and MAGA is a mass psychosis. I agree. You don't agree?
I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do a video because so if you go back to Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, if you're talking about the sort of mild conformity, I'm fine with that, and I know how it's used and manipulated and all that stuff. Mass psychosis is a different thing, but based on your thing, I will go off and do more research and everything else. But
no, that is a good point. But I just heard something recently about. Have you ever heard of the movie Shazam?
Which one?
Because it doesn't actually. It's where Sinbad plays a genie, right?
No,
but really, it's not real. It's not a real thing. It was Kazam, and it was Shaquille O'Neal who played the genie. But for some reason, the millennials, a large amount of millennials, remember distinctly a movie called Shazam where Sinbad was a genie. I'm one of those millennials. I just found out, and they said it was some type of mass delusion that the generation, because such a large amount of people believed it. Look in chat. Look in chat. Do you
I don't need to look in chat. I don't need to look in chat. I've lectured on this and debated it. First of all, there was a movie Shazam. It came out in 2019. But the thing that you're talking about is sometimes called the Mandela effect, even though there's no actual effect. The Mandela effect isn't a real thing. It doesn't exist. It's just people being wrong.
Why do I remember Shazam? Why do I remember Shazam?
Because you're wrong.
Why do I remember a movie called Shazam when I was a kid that was Sinbad, but it was Kazam and it was Shaquille O'Neal? Like it freaks me out, Matt. You don't understand. When I found out this information, I was traumatized.
It's the same thing with people confused about how the Berenstain Bears spell their name and all that stuff. There's a ton of those examples. All it is you made a mistake that is common, and a lot of people reinforce that mistake, but it's not like so the thing that's not real is the notion that this getting it wrong is somehow tied to an alternate reality. Like in an alternate reality, you were right. But
yeah, okay. Alternate reality Josie is right then, I guess. I'm just not this timeline's Josie anymore. The other time, the original timeline Josie is gone, and I am from another timeline where Shazam was a real thing. It was a movie, and I'm not the only one.
Yes, you're not wrong on your own. $5 from Jamnik06, who has now got a cat. Ooh, look at that. Josie and Matt rock, but with Arden producing and call screening, she's getting my vote tonight. Hashtag Team Sneckmom. Hashtag Hairswalls. Thank you so much, Jamnik. Much appreciated. I agree with Team Sneckmom. I got called a good snake daddy the other day.
Oh, yeah, but was it hashtagged? So it doesn't count.
No.
$5 from Andy Placeris. As a Marine vet from Desert Shield and Storm, the Navy was our Uber before Uber. I agree. And you always made a mess. Always made a mess that we had to clean up, and you ate all our food.
Oh, no. My carrier was great. So I was on USS Theodore Roosevelt CVN 71, and we had a Marine detachment with us the entire time. And those guys were phenomenal. You know who the assholes were that caused nothing but problems? The fucking SEALs. The SEALs who would lay around in the hangar deck on their...
just exercising.
Because they're better than everybody, and they will let you know. Yeah. And it's fine, because all of them are way better than me at all kinds of stuff. But the Marine detachment were not assholes. The SEALs were the assholes, and I'm okay with that, because those guys are badasses.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Andy. $20 from
$20.
Alan.
Okay, I think it's you. Yeah, go ahead.
Just adding because I want that ass tat.
Yes.
How about that ass and that ass tat?
Oh, $5 from Carla J. Hashtag Team Matt. Participation.
Thank you, Carla. It's so good to be loved. And also, even though she's probably not watching, thank you, Keisha, for the good Snake Dad comment from earlier. $5 from Secular Felinist. Hashtag you're gay, homie. I'll take it. Won't be long, and I'll be winning one of these hashtag fights. Final super chat of the night.
Yeah.
Knock us out.
$5 from Melatonin Ali. I just looked it up, and autism is a valid medical condition for medical marijuana in Texas. Thanks, Matt. I'm gonna go get me a card. Hashtag Team
Awesome.
Matt. Hashtag MJ.
There you go. And also, I think it's melatonin ale, not melatonin Ali. But
no, it's no, because in TACIS we were corrected. It's Ali like Alejandra.
It is melatonin. Okay. Josie said melatonin, but it's melatonin.
Ale.
Melatonin Ale.
Yeah, like Alejandra.
Ale. I like Alejandra.
So between the two of us, we've both fucked it up. And between the two of us, we managed to get it right. But there's one person here that got it right and came in to correct us both. And that is the lovely and talented Miss Audenha, Team Snake Mom, down at the end of the hall there. Huge thank you to everybody for tuning in. It's now almost 11 o'clock here, Central Time.
It's midnight for me.
Yeah, but you could go for another 3 hours if we didn't stop.
You're right. Politics keep me going.
You had a busier day.
Yeah, so I know. Let me put a button on this.
If you have the opportunity to go out and phone bank, by all means do so. And you can reach out. I'm sure Josie and others would give you all the information about how to do it and everything else. If you are despondent about this election and it is stressing you out, I'm not going to give you platitudes, because most of the rest of the people that I talk to are in exactly the same boat. Even those of us who'd love to be optimistic, even those of us who would love to be super optimistic, are struggling. Don't think that it's about you, that the struggle is something wrong with you. All of us are in the weirdest, most broken, bizarre world that any rational person could imagine. I don't know how this election is even a race. I don't know what's going through the minds of people. Genuinely, it could be the case that the overwhelming majority of people who've called into the Line Network to advocate for third-party voting, to advocate for not voting, are just shills. Because that's exactly what Trump and the right would like you to do. They know they're not going to get you to vote for them. So if they can get you to vote, throw your vote away, that's as good as a win. We don't know when we're going to get the final election results. We're going to be here this weekend. Tomorrow I'll be on the Sunday show after dark. Is that right?
Yes, I think with Forrest.
Yeah. And then I will be on with Forrest on Monday.
There you go. And then Tuesday, over the weekend, over the rest of the weekend, we'll get more information about what we're actually doing Tuesday. I know there's a lot of things planned. I know I will be here for, I don't know, some, all, who knows. Yeah. No matter what happens on Tuesday, the Line community has been and will continue to be an outstanding home for my activism and my friends' activism. The Line community has kept me sane and kept me in healthcare. And for both of those, I'm incredibly grateful. Please do us all a favor. If Kamala Harris wins, don't let out a huge sigh and think we've solved all the problems and now we're done. For years, I went to atheist conventions all over the United States, sometimes as many as 2 in a given month. And what I would see is everybody's excited. Oh, we're so excited. We want to get together and we want to talk about this. And no, we didn't just sit around and pat ourselves about, oh, I stopped believing in God. You stopped believing in God too. Let me give you a hug. It's so good. We got the right answer to the easiest question ever. No, it was cathartic. There were interactions and there was the opportunity to meet people and work towards shared goals. And a good chunk of those people would show up to the convention and then go back home and wait for the next convention. And I get it. People have busy lives. You got a limit to how much time and how much money and how much effort you can put into things. And most of you are doing as much or more than can reasonably be expected. I look at the elections like I look at the conventions. If you just sit around waiting for the next one, you're just an election tourist. You're not fully participating in the system in much the same way that the secular community needs active people to be activists for our issues. So do left-leaning people. So do liberal, progressive, whatever label you're actually using. But at the end of the day, democracy is at stake. Rights are at stake. And lives are at stake. And that doesn't end on Tuesday, no matter who gets elected. And so we love you guys. Stay safe. Make sure that you have somebody you can reach out to over the next week or so as things may become difficult, no matter who wins. And then keep coming back. Hang out with us, share your stories, help us try to convince some people, and let's work together to make a world that is actually safer and better for all of us. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Josie, for joining me. Thanks to the lovely Art and Heart. There's all of our patron producers. You can go to linemerch.com, click like and subscribe. You can join the channel, and you can go to patreon.com/calltheline to support more of the stuff that we do here. We look forward to seeing you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye. Make sure you get